In the game of Monopoly, what color are the $1 bills? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Andy to see if we can get the answer. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Andy, what color are the dollar bills, please?
Are they white?
They are white. Correct. Hold on. We got you, Andy. We're going to set you up with 4 pack of tickets for the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. August 19th through October 29th in Mannheim, PA. You can get ready to live the excitement and adventure of jousting nights and royal delights. Buy advance tickets at PARenfair.com. We're going to dive right into the entertainment stories, and we'll begin with this one. Paris Hilton is facing some criticism for vacationing in Maui, just 30 miles away from the devastated town of Lehigh, where at least 100 people died due to wildfires. The Simple Life star was photographed enjoying the beach in Wailea over the weekend with her husband, Carter Riem, and their son. The Hawaiian Tourism Agency has been asking visitors to leave since Wednesday, while requesting others to postpone their trips to the island. Jason Momoa shared a video of the devastation on Instagram last week and wrote in the caption, "Maui is not the place to have your vacation right now. Do not travel to Maui."
Oh, no.
So
when did she get there?
What's that?
When did she get there?
I do not know.
Yeah.
So it says she was photographed. I don't know if she posted the photos herself. If she did, that's really, really bad taste.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the story is, Steve. On Monday, Momoa shared a video of a Hawaiian resident expressing shock at tourists carrying on like normal after the tragedy. He said, "The same waters that our people just died in 3 days ago are the same waters the very next day these visitors, tourists, were swimming in." The woman said, and that says a lot about where their heart and mind is throughout all of this and where our heart and mind is. You don't see our people swimming, snorkeling, surfing. Nobody is having fun in tragedy and continuing their lives like nothing has happened. People on social media have called out the House of Wax actress and called her tone deaf and out of touch. So don't know. Do not know. Tracy Morgan is the latest celebrity to weigh in on the Ozempic trend in Hollywood. While appearing on Monday's episode of Today with Hoda and Jenna, the 30 Rock actor revealed that he's been taking the diabetes medication in order to lose weight.
He looks good.
Hoda Kotb had said, "You've been working on your body and your health," before Morgan injected with, "No, that's Ozempic." That's how this weight got lost. At first, Kotb and Jenna Bush Hager thought that the comedian was joking, but Morgan confirmed, no, he takes the drug every Thursday. He said, "It cuts my appetite in half, so now I only eat half a bag of Doritos." He said, "I ain't letting it go."
That's him, all right.
So he's losing some weight. Absolutely. Okay.
All right.
Most interesting story of the morning as far as celebrities go.
Let her rip.
Orange is the New Black star, Taryn Manning.
Oh, yeah.
Shared a bizarre video to Instagram recently in which he ranted about having an affair with a married man and mentioned, and I quote, licking his butthole multiple times.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see your face, Gabby.
Wait, who is this?
Taryn Manning from
Taryn
Orange is the New Black. She was also in
Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Oh, she was Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
On Monday, she apologized for sharing the since-deleted post.
I
She
tossed
said-
his salad.
She said, over the past few days, I have... What's that now?
He tossed a salad, right?
Yeah, well, she
Better
flat
way
out
to
said,
say it.
I licked his butthole, is what she said. Over the past few days, I've had some time to reflect on the situation I've been dealing with. I was deeply hurt and handled things on a public platform when I should have dealt with them quietly with the support of my close friends and family.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, so did she do this because she was upset with the guy?
Yes.
Oh,
You
All right,
think that-
so she wrote this. She wrote the apology on a black text box with a white font. The video in question showed Manning in her car after she pulled over to detail an affair she was having with a married man whom she said she was, quote, so in love with that she drove all the way to Newport Beach to buy him a boat.
Oh, wow.
The 8 Mile actress was angry because his wife allegedly called her a lunatic and threatened to get a restraining order against her. And then, okay, so this is where she says it. She says, anyway, so I've been licking your man's butthole for weeks on end because he likes it a lot and I do it to him and he comes to me and it happens.
So, and in this footage,
Wow.
she
Wow.
looks like she's drunk or stoned or something.
does she?
Yeah.
She also
Or maybe has just come from a fresh licking.
she also threatened to send his wife to jail. She posted this
Wow.
publicly.
Whoa.
on her LinkedIn profile, Preston.
So
What kind of car is she driving, by the way?
That is a Toyota Liquor.
I don't really know. But
Oh, my God. That is unbelievable.
a
What-
married man and okay.
You know what, though? It's a shame because she just made herself look worse. You know what I mean? She was
Totally.
trying to, hurt the wife or even
Would
the
this
guy.
be in
but-
keeping with Pennsylvaki, though, the character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's just a method acting. Maybe she's still in character, Preston.
still in
you remember that
character.
scene in Lincoln when Daniel Day-Lewis confesses to licking a butt?
Right. Yes, of course.
I've licked a few.
That's just wow.
Insane.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, hard to come back from that one.
Yeah, and maybe it's what he wants and the wife won't give it to him, but Taryn Manning is happy to do it for him.
dearest wife, my butt has never been wetter.
Oh, my God.
who goes to places you never go. I will not be returning from the war. I'm enjoying the fruits of this relationship and a perpetually moist anus. Yeah. Good
By
for
the
her.
way, send a toothbrush for her.
Mouthwash, please.
But then she apologized for
Yes.
posting that? Oh, boy.
She's turned off all commenting on all of her Instagram
Yeah.
posts.
You don't
Good
say.
idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can't, even if you wrote something nice about her in the past, they've all been deleted and you cannot comment at all at this point.
Is that show still on, by the way?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. Or,
No?
Yeah. Orange is the New Black? I thought it ran its course.
Did it run its course? I stopped watching. It was like I was like, they're never getting out of jail. I can't keep
Yeah.
watching this. I kept waiting
By
for
the
them
way,
to get out.
her original prison sentence was like a year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. That's why I couldn't keep watching. Wait, by the way, I need to make a correction. Cameron Monaghan, not in Dope Sick. That was Will Poulter.
Okay.
Oh, they kind of look alike.
They're
A
almost
little bit,
identical.
A little bit.
All right, so according to the Hollywood Reporter, researchers in Peru's Andes Mountains have discovered a new species of snake
Oh.
that is black and Andes Mountains, okay. Black and yellowish brown in color, measures 16 inches long. The snake has been dubbed the Tachymenodes Harrison 40.
I love that because Harrison Ford's character Indiana Jones hated what?
It's
snakes.
Actually, due to his long history of environmental advocacy.
What? That's stupid.
Ford said, because they have named other species of creatures after him, he said, "These scientists keep naming critters after me, but it's always the ones that terrify children. I don't understand. I spend my free time cross-stitching. I sing lullabies to my basil plants so they won't fear the night." And he has also had an ant and a spider named after him. And I could try to pronounce the names, but
I know
they're all in Latin, and they all end with Harrison 40, though. The Theodule Harrison 40 and the California Harrison 40 are named after him. So, but he said, in all seriousness, the discovery is humbling. It's a reminder that there is still so much to learn about our wild world, and that humans are only one small part of an impossibly vast biosphere. On this planet, all fates are intertwined, and right now, 1 million species are teetering on the edge of oblivion. We have an existential mandate to mend our broken relationship with nature and protect the places that sustain life.
There should be a Harrison 40 ounce, right?
40.
Yeah,
that'd be
have
nice.
a tie-in.
Yeah. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis are following Gwyneth Paltrow's footsteps. According to Page Six, that 70 Show stars are listing their beach house on Airbnb. We have audio,
Yes.
I believe, sent over of
there you
Ashton Kutcher, if you would like to hear a little bit of this.
I have a really dumb idea. I think we should have complete strangers come and stay with us at the beach. It's so nice here.
Like in real life?
Yeah, like real life.
What?
Because it's really nice here. I think people will like it.
Yeah, I think they'll like it too.
Okay, so we're doing it?
What?
Great.
So they said on the website, we'll be there to greet you upon arrival and make sure that you have everything you need for a fun-filled stay at the beach. One night stay is available for up to 4 guests on August 19th.
What's the going rate for that?
Booking opens on Wednesday, today at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to charge for that.
He is a very savvy entrepreneur. He is far eclipsed what he made in acting with his business dealings. He's a smart dude.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Absolutely.
Smarter than I am.
So, in an interview with W Magazine, published on Tuesday, Tom Pelfrey shared a cute story about how he first learned that his girlfriend, Kaylee Cuoco, starred on the hit show The Big Bang Theory. The Ozark actor told the outlet that he had never seen an episode of The Big Bang Theory before introducing the flight attendant actress to his family. He said, matter of fact, when I first brought Kaylee to New Jersey to meet my family and friends, my mom's partner, who apparently was a Big Bang Theory fan, was there and kept calling her Penny. And he said he had no clue what was going on. So he pulled Kaylee aside and he's like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what's happening. Why does he keep calling you Penny? And she said, that's my character on The Big Bang Theory.
That's hilarious.
And he had said he had never seen it before. He said, I've watched a few episodes with her since, and obviously she's fantastic. But
I got to tell you,
he didn't know.
His story arc in Ozark is amazing, and his portrayal of said character, like I'm still to this day, like almost as mad. I'm just as mad that he didn't get nominated for that I am that Johnny Depp didn't get nominated for Black Mass.
Really? That good a performance,
it was
huh?
That good of a performance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that, I'm not familiar with it. Has he been in anything else?
Yeah, so
know?
he's been in a couple of different things that you might. Which Marvel show, Netflix show was he in?
I forget.
I think the Iron Fist guy.
Oh, right. Yes, he was the head of the company. Yeah.
Did you watch Iron Fist at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I watched Butt Liquor, but I didn't watch Iron Fist. Halle Berry turned 57 on Monday, and she celebrated by going to the World of Barbie in Santa Monica with her daughter, Nala.
How magical.
And her boyfriend, Van Hunt, sharing photos of her family all dressed in pink. She captioned an Instagram post saying, my mini-me, but not so many anymore, and my Vano took me to the World of Barbie for my birthday.
It's like Presbo.
And I got to let her inner Barbie soar. I love you guys. Thank you.
Those places are so crazy expensive.
And she said, and I highly recommend it. She shared a tribute to the Monsters Ball actress on Instagram on Monday, or he did. As well, and alongside various photos, Barry wearing face paint and masks. He wrote, this is the woman I love. Behind the mask, she makes me laugh till I hurt. I see her behind the mask. I always have.
What the hell's he talking
Happy birthday, my love.
How old is it? Her daughter?
Nala is, you know what? I don't know, Steve. It didn't say.
The person she's walking with looks like an adult.
Yeah, not really sure.
Right?
Yeah, teenager at least.
Yeah.
So. Speaking of Barbie, Margot Robbie is raking in the big bucks. The 33-year-old star of Barbie, who also produced the film, is expected to earn around $50 million.
Jesus.
As part of a deal that combines her salary and back-end box office bonuses, according to Variety, which cited multiple sources. Her husband, Tom Ackerley, is also a producer on the film. Barbie has so far surpassed $1 billion at the worldwide box office, making Greta Gerwig the highest-grossing female director of a live-action movie at the global box office. It topped 2019's Captain Marvel, which was co-directed by Anna Boden. Robbie produced Barbie with her company Lucky Chap Entertainment, which previously produced Birds of Prey and the Oscar-winning Promising Young Woman.
Well, she's going to get a lot more offers to produce things now.
Yep, absolutely. She handpicked Gerwig to direct and co-wrote the original with Gerwig's real-life partner, Noah Baumbach. And originally, Robbie wanted Gal Gadot to play Barbie before Gerwig had convinced her to take the part.
No, that's a better call.
She didn't
I
want
love
to.
Gal Gadot, but no, that would not have worked.
She didn't want to originally play Barbie. She had no dreams of doing that, but got talked into it, and obviously it was the right thing. Randall Park has some advice for Hollywood. In a recent interview with Rolling Stone, the Fresh Off the Boat star said that the industry is taking the wrong lessons from Barbie's success at the box office. He said, Barbie is this massive blockbuster, and the idea is make more movies about toys.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, no, make more movies by and about women. He told the outlet it's Greta Gerwig. He also commented on the success of the 2018 film Crazy Rich Asians. He said, from my perspective in the industry, we've been told time and time again that our stories wouldn't connect with middle America. And he said they won't understand it and they won't be able to identify with our stories. It proved that these stories are universal ultimately and for everybody.
He is great. He is great. And you saw the movie The Interview years ago, right? With the
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't.
He plays Kim Jong.
Oh, he's no kidding.
Yeah, and he's fantastic.
Oh, that's great. I love that guy.
And he's in the Marvel Universe.
He is, yeah. He plays the agent who watches
Yes,
Ant-Man.
yeah.
Kerry Washington just can't quit Hollywood. The actress told W Magazine that she feels like she spent a lifetime trying to not be an actor. She said, I'm always quitting this business. And then right when I decide that I'm done is when something extraordinary comes across my desk.
This has me worried.
She said, I was really, really done with this business right before I read the script for Ray. And I was really, really done with this business right before I read the script for The Last King of Scotland. I was entirely done with this business before reading the script for Scandal. And this is what happens again and again.
What she's suggesting, though I hate to embrace this notion, is that she might pass on a future project. And then we'll miss out on that.
And we'll miss out.
And that's something we'll have to live with.
And then finally, Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown opened up to Women's Wear Daily in an interview published on Monday about why she's ready to move on from Stranger Things. She said she's
51.
It's been such a huge factor in part of my life. But it's like graduating high school. It's like senior year. She told the outlet, you're ready to go and blossom and flourish, and you're grateful for the time you've had, but it's time to create your own message and live your own life.
So the Enola Holmes series continues, right?
Yeah.
And so that's appropriate age-wise for her.
Agreed. Yeah.
Has she done anything that's mature? How old is she again? 20? 21?
21, I think.
She's hanging out with Bon Jovi's kid.
Yeah, they're
getting
engaged.
married. Yeah. I don't know, Steve. That's the only other thing, the Enola Holmes thing.
That is on a more adult level.
Yeah.
It's delightful.
She's great in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we are ready for Clips now. Pod generation technology, in the pod generation, I should say, the technology allows couples of the near future to share their pregnancies with detachable wombs or pods. And here, director Sophie Barthes talks about the meaning behind the sci-fi concept.
So just like a way to explore our relationship to capitalism and to ourselves as human beings. Like, what do we want from technology? What is the future that we would want to have as a society? So it's all questions that I love to explore as a human being and as a filmmaker.
I don't give a
The Pod Generation is in theaters now.
Getting mixed reviews, but it looks like an interesting concept.
Here's the next clip. King on Screen explores the legacy of horror author Stephen King by interviewing directors from the 80-plus film and TV adaptations of his books. And in this clip, director Daphne Bayweir, I guess is how you say the name, describes her stress in launching the project.
If we can talk to the directors who adapted him, is the most adapted living author. So we'll have to see if the directors are ready to do it, if they accept. So we sent like 10 emails, and the next day we had 10 yes. So we thought, wow, okay, that's amazing.
I don't give
It's two different people.
That sounded exactly
I thought
the
it was
same.
the same person.
So did I.
Wait, what?
We thought you were playing the same clip twice.
I thought that was a
It
joke.
sounds like the same person. Play the first one again real quick. Here we go.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
So just like a way to explore our relationship to capitalism.
All right, and then the next one. If you go down to that.
If we can talk to the directors who adapted him, is the most adapted.
Okay.
All right.
I don't give a
King on Screen is in theaters now for a limited release, by the way.
I do want to see that. You're right. That's right in your wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
Who's a bigger Stephen King fan than you?
Nobody. I have the crown. So, all right, that's the entertainment report. We do have a bunch of things going on this morning, including a secret text word. We have a chance to win a $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card. And by the way, Steven is giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anybody who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $500 or $15,000, Steven is giving them a free 1-carat lab-grown diamond that you can buy a real diamond from a real jeweler that you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. I hate StevenSinger.com, but text the word secret to 39333. You'll be in the running for that. I want to mention something real quick because we verbally haven't said this ourselves, but there's a promo running for it. When we do the MMRBQ and we have the Preston and Steve show side stage, with possibly you performing live with the band Sidearm, who are fantastic, by the way. They can play anything and everything. Not only that, we are going to have, last year we had our friends Froggy come up and play a set, and they were awesome. This year, we're having our friend Don McCloskey come and play a set of music on stage as well. We love Don, local, great music, in tight with Rob and Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And actually for Mythic Quest, has done music for Mythic Quest as well. but he's such a great musician. His band is fantastic. And they're going to be hopping up on stage and doing a set. And Jackie Bam Bam's spinning some music as well.
I love the side stage.
So we're excited about this. It's something that was new added last year. If you didn't see it last year and you want to come out this year, we want to have you. And if you want to sing, we want to have you. So text MMRBQ, that's MMRBQ, to 39333, and we'll send you a link to enter in all the information. And judging and voting begins on August 30th. We're going to choose 10 singers. Each singer will get 4 MMRBQ tickets as well. So just send us a video of you singing a song. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
And we have, it's not just, to be an amazing singer. Maybe you have some presence or something like that. We're just going to be choosing people.
People were having a blast getting up on stage with a decent-sized audience, with that really great backup band live performing on stage. It was a rush.
So let's have you do that now, WMMR.com for the details. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.
All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, their Royal Highness, says, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry IV.
The Queen
of
and member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
They got
of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Benny Hill. Step it up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker. So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each kid.
Yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. And they only went public with the information because of how sick she is.
Are you okay in there, sweetheart? Would you like some milk of magnesia?
The prince recently discussed Kate's parents.
Seems to be in a bad way.
The prince recently discussed Kate's parenting skills in glowing terms and admitted that there are good days and bad days for every parent. He had said, as the other parents in the room will testify, there's wonderful highs and there's wonderful lows. It's been quite a change for me personally. I'm very lucky in the support I have from Catherine. She's an amazing... She's an amazing mother and a fantastic wife. Love between a man and a woman is a beautiful thing.
Especially if it's on video.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you agree? Yeah.
I'd have to agree with you on that. And as wonderful as expressing that love through human touch and getting it on.
Right.
I'm being nice because Bill's here this morning.
Oh, I know.
All right. This is about sex.
Yeah.
The withdrawal method.
Okay, where you go to the bank and you take everything out in one shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
No, also known as the pull-out method.
Yeah.
Is being used by twice as many men as a decade earlier. Is a form of birth control.
Yeah, it is the most. It is a risky proposition.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
That's I don't know if that's not good news.
Listen to this. While 10% of unmarried men between the ages of 15 and 44 used this form of birth control in 2002, that number jumped to 19% in 2015, according to the Center for Disease Control. Yeah, but the use of condoms is on the rise, but still only a third of men wear them.
In my condom days, my brand, purchasable at the local mobile station, Bareback.
Bareback?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Wow. I was a Trojan guy.
Trojan guy.
I went with the most popular product.
Trojan brand.
That's right.
Do they still have the machines in men's bathrooms? I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah. Well, the dispensers you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I on the weekends, I work as a lot lizard.
It's good to know that those are there.
Yeah. You sure you're a woman? Yeah.
I have on rare occasions seen them before, Case.
That's where I saw them for the first time as a child. There was a bar across the street from our swim club.
Go buy Daddy some condoms.
And no, but I didn't know what condoms were. I just know that they had a machine there.
Yep.
And so I went over there. I bought some out of there. I bought a French tickler and a regular one.
I was going to ask if they had French ticklers or not. Yeah.
And then I brought it back to the pool and I inflated them like they were balloons.
Of course.
And there was like an adult who was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like,
what is that?
Give me a little
Want to have a pool party? I've been waiting for you. This is a dream come true.
According to Planned Parenthood, about 27 of 100 women will get pregnant with her partner when her partner uses the withdrawal as control. Comparatively, only about 9 out of every 100 women on a contraceptive pill will become pregnant in a year.
Have you ever seen just one fireman on a hose? That's kind of what I'm like. So with the whole withdrawal thing, like I have no control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably took it one level into the uncomfortable Bill area.
Yeah.
About exactly how you discharge.
Dude. Okay. We're going to move along now to something else.
So we do support our local firefighters.
Of course. Yes. Of course. But we had 4 listeners come in. We had Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, because we have been talking about the movie It, which is opening on Friday. I'm going to go see it on Saturday. I already got my tickets. I'm ready.
I'm seeing it Friday.
All right. So what we did is we took these 4 listeners, Mel, Frank, Kat, and Victoria, and we put them in another room with Dr. Steven Rosenberg, Philadelphia's #1 hypnotist, the Thor of hypnosis.
The Thor. He's been referred to quite often as the Thor of hypnosis.
But I want to, it's going to take a minute, but they're in the other room. I want to bring our listeners in.
Aren't you?
And we're going to have them meet some people.
Meet some people. Aren't you pulling for them?
Yeah. I think it would be awesome.
It'd be so cool.
Yeah, if they were able to get past their fears. But we are going to set the stage here. They're making their way in now. There's Kat, and here
Mel
comes
looks scared.
Mel. Mel doesn't look happy. And you have Victoria. She was the most scared. And Frank is wearing his glasses. He's got a vision issue, so we can't quite read him from his eyes. So why don't you guys come on over to the microphones over here. And first of all, let's see how you're feeling. Kat, you were the first one in. How you feeling after that session with Dr. Rosenberg?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I'm more relaxed, more
All right.
calm.
Good.
Yeah. It was definitely calming. And
Okay.
But now what you may learn is that from now on you're going to smoke. No.
Yeah, that's they replace
the
your
one
fear
trade-off.
smoking.
Yeah.
Mel,
Replace your clown fear with the desire to smoke.
Mel, you looked really nervous when you walked in here. Is it the fact that we have the room decorated with balloons and circus fair? Does that bother you at all?
Yeah. Actually, it's bothered me quite a bit.
Oh, really?
I was really relaxed until I saw the balloons and the big tent behind me.
Then let's go to Victoria. Hello there, Victoria. How you doing?
Shaking.
Okay.
All right, and then last, let's talk to Frank. How do you feel? What did you think of the session? Did it resonate with you at all?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, what would you just? So you just don't like clowns?
Correct.
We have some clowns here. Okay, right. And what we're not gonna have people screaming and yelling and running in and going crazy or anything like that.
No.
We just wanted to get your initial reaction when we bring a clown into the studio. Mel is already. You look like you've gone into. You're staring off into the distance.
This should be fun.
Mel.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Mel's crying, guys.
Yeah, I don't think
Mel.
we should have her.
Mel, do you want to take a seat, Mel? Are you good? Okay. All right.
All right. So this is is the heavy metal version of Send in the Clowns. We're bringing in our first clown. This is Cheeks, by the way.
Cheeks is a female clown.
Yeah, so Cheeks is coming. Cheeks, just stay over by Nick. Don't get any closer.
Mel, how you look? Cheeks is fairly pleasant, right?
Yeah, Cheeks is good.
Okay,
Cheeks is good.
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
What?
Could you normally be this close to a clown?
My other past instances have kind of been fight or flight, so I've just run.
Okay. All right.
Well,
So
you're
this
doing
is
great.
This is good. This is
Doing
good.
well.
Kat, you're not looking at her.
No, she's not looking at all.
I don't like the black lipstick. It's
The black lipstick.
yeah.
Victoria is not looking at her either. She's just to her left.
And you're doing okay.
You should feel my pulse because my pulse isn't doing okay.
Okay, but
Can you look at her?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to look at her? Because, so we've gone to, this was the easiest level, by the way. We're going to bring it up just a notch. Let's bring in Grin next, please.
Grin.
Connor, let Grin come into the studio. Now, be nice, Grin. Come on in. All right, here. Oh, my God.
Hey, here's Grin.
He's horrible. Victoria's crying now.
Victoria crying?
She is.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Frank, how you doing?
If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have enough money for bail, I'm okay.
It's wild that his reaction is to
Attack.
I can see that, though.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring in our last clown, and we'll do this quickly, and then we'll get them out of here because I think it's getting to be too much.
Yeah,
for
and
these
get
guys.
the
So
assessment. All right,
let's
other
bring
clowns, step
Carnage.
back.
Let's bring Carnage in. Carnage is he's the head honcho, and he is not only is he wearing the bib overalls, but he also has a chicken hanging around his neck, which he was squeaking. And Carnage, come on over to the microphone. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. It's good to see you as always, sir. It's kind of tough to miss these guys when they
No,
show
they're
up.
awesome. And they're believe it or not, at the camp out a lot of times, kids will come up to them because they think they're so cool. So you guys hearing them speak in normal voices, does that make a difference?
Yeah, no, I'd say definitely hearing them talk is one thing, and just physically seeing them and hearing like sound effects is another. So that horn like triggered me.
Oh my God, Carnage is leaning in towards her.
She is.
Oh, he's handing her a bloody rag. That's probably not a good idea.
All right.
And then, Kat, how are you doing now?
Yeah, seeing them just walk in was it made your heart race and stomach drop, and then when they start talking, it's all right.
Okay, all right. I think we're making strides
I think
here.
so.
Does
Casey,
anybody want to hug them?
Go ahead. A clown?
Yes.
Mel is saying no.
Don't let
Victoria
Frank
say
do
no.
it.
Kat, would you be open to a hug from one of these clowns?
I'll hug a clown.
We're breaking down barriers here. All right, Kat. No, let's not have them.
No,
come
no, no.
over.
You come over.
You go to the clowns. All right,
There we go.
so we're gonna a group hug. Look at this!
Wow!
Get a picture of this. This is wonderful.
It worked.
Now that was special. Victoria.
Okay.
All right, Victoria. All right, Victoria. Mel, you don't have to. Don't worry. No, Mel, you're fine. All right, so over the weekend, which I had to take a good close look at, make sure I was reading it properly. But apparently, in the Lehigh Valley, they had the 12th annual Lehigh Valley fan meet. Okay, so when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, what are they a fan of?
Right, like Fan Fest.
Yeah. No. It's fan, like the thing you use to cool off with. The spinning blades.
Yes.
This is the 12th annual Lehigh Valley fan meet. It is the International Fan Collectors Association.
Okay.
So there are people that as far away as Maine and Florida and Texas and California that come out to go to the fan convention.
Right.
Of fans, like box fans and, stuff like that.
I want to do an OnlyFans account that was just fans, OnlyFans.
Just fans.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, now listen. We, growing up, we had some real antique-y type fans in the basement that had an old-style cord and the whole thing.
Yeah.
They were interesting.
Well, sure.
I don't think I'd get that into it when I travel across the country.
A convention.
Yeah.
I do have a favorite fan from growing up, Steve, and it was one that I think that my grandfather, my dad's dad, got for my grandmother as a present one time.
Nick, was it oscillating?
No, it was low to the ground. It had a top and a bottom, and then vents on the side of it. So the fan was contained within. It was almost like a cylinder.
Ooh.
But Steve, it was built with like 1930s ingenuity
Right.
and gusto and whatever, and it lasted 100 years or something.
There you
insane,
go. See?
But I wouldn't also go to a convention.
You wouldn't travel to Texas to go see it?
Same boat as you.
We didn't have air conditioning growing up. We only had fans.
Yeah, same case.
And
yeah.
so we had an oscillating fan that sat on a radiator in our kitchen, right by our kitchen window, right next to the black and white TV that
Right.
we would watch tic-tac-toe on while we ate dinner.
Howdy Doody's on.
Yeah. And then everybody had a fan in their rooms that we would put in the window. You know what always pissed me off in grade school? When it got really hot, they would take a fan and they would put it in the doorway and face the fan out into the hallway.
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
They're
are you
blowing
pulling
the
out
hot air out.
Yeah, thanks.
No, blow it on us.
So this was well attended, this event, apparently. Right,
guess
Preston?
so.
And-
Well,
Yeah.
is it like the newer models? Like
No, it's
the-
like antique.
Antiques.
Yeah.
So, I watch Collector's Corner on MeTV, and I'm probably the only one on earth that does. But I like Lisa Whelchel, and I like I like this. They had Preston. I know it sounds dumb, but they had one episode of a guy who collects toasters.
Okay.
And I get it. I mean, okay, whatever you're into. You're not doing meth. This is but I'm like, oh my God, I'm interested in toasters.
Pierre has a collection of vintage irons.
That's right.
At his house. I've only been to
Wow,
Pierre's
really?
house one time. And I remember seeing he had on these shelves all these old irons sitting out. I actually
Really?
bought him an iron one
He doesn't
time
impress me as anyone who irons.
as a gift. I know, right?
He doesn't use them. They're vintage.
We love Pierre, but he comes in looking a little rumpled.
I think it's just started off as crap that was in his house, and he's
Yeah.
like, well, I got 12 irons. I might as well make a collection out of this.
How did I end up with 14 irons?
I mean, this is probably a little more common, but my cousin has a collection of vintage cameras.
Yes.
Marissa does, and our buddy Brian Miller does.
I have a collection
Those
of
are pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
vintage
Yeah.
pictures of your cousin.
I had thought about starting a vintage radio collection, old tube radios,
That's so
and
cool.
Philcos and things like that. But I don't have really a good place to put them. They do look cool.
I think that's sort of like Nick was describing, that sort of 30s retro, like the trains of the time and so on and so forth. There's actually a fascination with like early Soviet, the look of that big, bulky, Red Skull, Captain America kind of, Art Deco sort of thing. So yeah, Preston, I could see the radios being something, but
I don't really have any room.
You don't want to
for it.
waste money on something you'll never enjoy.
There was a really cool wall of radios in Chicago at the museum. That was awesome.
At the Broadcasters Museum. Yeah, absolutely.
So the
Radio
thing
Hall of
about
Fame.
my cameras is they're all from my family because we're all hoarders. So each family, so like all of the old photos that I have of my parents and everything hanging on the walls were taken with the cameras. That I have,
that's interesting.
which is kind of cool. And Preston, I always wanted to collect old radios too, and that wall in Chicago really inspired me. But like I always wanted them to have meaning. But
rather than just buying a vintage radio.
What is this
and, like,
crap?
Does it work? Is it worth anything? Is it
Right.
cool? Am I supposed to know something about it?
You know what? Microphones as well, Preston.
Yeah.
In fact, Pierre,
Microphones are pretty cool.
One of Pierre's, one of the anniversaries for Pierre, I think it was Bill Weston. It was actually a very good gift giver. They got him sort of an antique microphone.
Yeah, like a big ribbon mic.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. By the way, we have a clip of I guess, is this the guy that's the head of the fan convention?
Yeah, and you can tell he's like the adventurous type and like an Indiana Jones type.
Oh, here we go.
You have, especially with the younger crowd, they like the spinny kind of aspect of it. For a lot of the older folks, they like the mechanics of the motors. So there is a lot of diversity in terms of age.
That's he is the organizer of the fan festival.
Keep in mind, Tom Hanks collects classic typewriters.
Yeah.
You know?
Is the inclination to be dismissive of this stuff, knowing that we're all probably into some dumb thing? Look at me. I mean, I collect Batman stuff.
That's not dumb.
I mean, that's smart. That's an investment.
That's smart.
Yeah. You know, when you do watch, again, Collector's Corner on Sunday evenings with Lisa Welch, that you learn what makes something collectible and what makes it stand out. Obviously,
And what makes it a dust collector,
what
like my
makes it a
Beanie
dust
Babies.
collector. Right. So you like, for example, if you could get the creator of the Beanie Baby to sign it, or a picture of the Beanie Baby along with the Beanie Baby, the value goes up. But yeah, I love. Are you the kind of guy who would go like to an antique?
I have with the idea of, wow, maybe I'll find some cool stuff. And I'm like, this is a bunch of junk.
Yeah.
Today's the day I start my radio collection.
People's garbage that they didn't want anymore.
Right.
Now, there are sometimes, but it's a little too detailed, digging through stuff and finding things. But, I mean, when you collect stuff like this, like I would only do it because I wouldn't do it for the value. I do it because I like the way it looks.
I
You know
know
what I mean?
when you seem, over the years of knowing you for as long as I have, when you're most incited to do something that is like collecting or nostalgic, you need to be drunk.
Yes, generally.
Oh, that's right. That's when
need
you
to be
purchase.
drunk.
That's when you bid on
And
a
I
book
need-
on eBay.
I need to be on a laptop. I'll get it. That's a good idea. Hang on a second. Austin collects vintage fans. So let me go to him. Austin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So quick correction. I don't collect vintage fans.
Okay.
But I've kind of began that interest of starting to look at them and wanting to collect them.
So you just go look at fans.
Well, yes, for now until I start getting a collection.
So let me ask you: do you have a sort of a plan of attack and what you might want to? Are you a fan of? Would a new, like for example, I have what is called the Dyson Air Multiplier. It's their pompous way of calling it a fan. Is that of any interest, or do you want something from a particular period?
Yeah, so I have two of those Dyson fans because I thought that they were just fascinating pieces of technology.
Yeah.
But then I like to go to garage sales and antique stores, and I saw an old desk fan from like the 50s. Sitting in the garage, and I was like, "Oh, that looks cool." It had like the open cage; you could stick your fingers in, probably get them
right,
and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, "Oh, that looks kind of neat." So I bought it, and I use it every day, regularly.
There you go. So is that your first and only fan?
Yes, it is my only fan. I can
Okay.
send you the link if you want.
Now,
It is.
Go ahead.
Go on. It packs a punch. I mean, it's easily one of my most favorite. I can turn on in the summer and I don't need AC at all. And it kind of got me looking at old fans on eBay, and I started finding fans from like 1920, 1910 that are just really fascinating pieces of engineering and technology, and it kind of just piqued my interest.
All right.
They say that at a lot of these fan conventions and fan gatherings, there's a ton of busty, loose women.
Go on. That's just a perk.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. All right, Austin. Well, good luck in your collection, man. Thank you. But look at that, man. I'm curious if there's something that people collect that they
you can't believe.
Yeah, or you're kind of embarrassed, but you do it anyway for whatever reason.
I have a friend who he makes them. He doesn't collect them, but
Can I guess?
No, you're never gonna guess.
Necklaces made out of human ears?
No, they're wood ducks.
Like decoys.
There's a decoy. Yeah,
It's huge.
Fascination.
In fact, wasn't a part of Duck Dynasty's dynasty predicated on duck decoys?
I think so.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I walked in the room, I was like, "What are all these ducks?" And
You know what, Kathy? There was a place. It was out in, I think, Sag Harbor, Long Island. Out there, and there was a wooden duck decoy store, basically, and there were some very convincing looking wooden ducks.
I mean, but he makes them. I mean, he carves them,
Yeah.
he paints them.
My neighbor used to do that. He
They're
used to do
beautiful.
ducks and like all sorts of birds, which I'm sure you would love. But and I think about him from time to time, and like
at the asylum.
No. He's an older man. His grandson and me were like best friends growing up. But and I wonder, like, because they were really good. Was he like that good, or is it easy to carve
a duck?
Duck or
I propose this.
cardinal.
We get pieces of wood in here. And we do duck decoy
I
carving
wouldn't mind
day.
doing that.
There was a minute when I was collecting magazine covers. Like I got the John and Yoko Rolling Stone cover. And then I was on the hunt to find the Life magazine with the baseball player doing a split that was in A League of Their Own. And I looked for years
That's
and
based
years
off a
and
real
years.
photo?
No, Preston.
Oh.
No, it's not.
I didn't think so.
Years I was looking, and then somebody said, maybe it was just a prop for the movie.
You do that. You have a couple of magazines, don't you? Or am I misremembering?
I had some old stuff that we've saved over the years, but I mean, like, you know, I have a bunch of
Beaver magazine.
No, when John Lennon died, I still have those.
Oh man, I kept that for the longest time, that Daily News cover, and I had it in plastic, and I don't know where it went.
Yeah.
And I'm sure only 250 million people have that.
Hey, Marissa, real quick, Willie Mays Hayes also did that in the Major League. So if you ever find that magazine cover,
there you go.
You're right. I'll look for that one
He
next.
did a split.
Yeah.
The magazine covers, they're giving me anxiety. Like, to me, I understand it and it's cool, but like, that's just junk to me. Like,
that gives you anxiety.
Like, to have to keep those and they're stacked somewhere in your house. Like, you guys know me with clutter and all that. That's why I'm not a collector. I literally collect nothing. I mean, even like things.
Beanie Babies.
Yeah, but I was a kid and
Barbies, you said.
But Steve, I went through my Beanie Babies when I was a kid, or probably as a teenager, and was like, okay, I need to get rid of these. I had the Princess Diana one, which is like one that's worth money, and I tossed it. I don't have it. Yeah, so I'm a terrible collector because I just want to get rid of them. I remember looking at them. I used to stack them up on my dresser, and I'm like, I used to take them all down and dust, and then put them all back up. And I'm like, what? Who the hell wants to do this?
What's your Barbie collection like? Or are they just loose Barbies, like sexually? No, are they loose in like a tub or something? I think isn't that what you said?
They are. They're in like, a storage bin that was, and I didn't actually keep them. My mom kept them, and then when they moved out of the house, she was like, "Here's your Barbies."
Marissa, hang on.
I have 10 years of Christmas Barbies, if they're worth anything. Late 90s, early 90s.
The word is they are, because there was a Barbie collector on Collector's Corner with Lisa Welchel. And yes, those, and the ones, Marissa, I don't know if you have them, that are the fashion designer Barbies, like Christian Dior outfits and stuff like that. And a very coveted Barbie is Tippi Hedren as her role from the movie The Birds.
I
suppose you don't
one,
have that.
But if a 1993 Christmas Barbie is worth anything,
all
I
right,
got it.
By the way, the guy that I played the clip of a minute ago, Robbie, he's on the phone.
What?
He's the host of the Lehigh Valley Fan Meet.
There you go.
If you're just tuning in, there was a convention of fan collectors, and by that I mean electric fans.
Fans of fans.
So we have Robbie. Hey, Robbie.
How you doing? Good morning. A friend of mine tipped me off that you were talking about.
Yes.
Naturally, you caught wind of everything.
I see what you did.
That's why you're the man.
Scamp.
Give us another one. I love fan jokes.
I've heard them all. Well, there are others, but I don't think it's FCC certified. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, they're dirty. I get it.
So listen, I find it kind of interesting that people get together for a convention for electric fans. You kind of get it that people don't understand, that might go, fans? What are you talking about here, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know which clip you played. I don't know if it was the WFMZ clip or not, but a lot of the stuff that I like to do is I like to get the word out because, people feel a little uncomfortable with getting that out there. And, I don't care. I really could care less. I mean, look, I'm on a Philly radio station talking about it.
Yeah, you've parlayed it into this exposure.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So a quick question. I do sort of get it because I am fascinated by, Nick was talking about, an older fan with an interesting design. Anything that's a bit of retro tech. Preston was talking about radios, antique radios. What is the most popular fan for fans? Is it an standard oscillating fan from like the 30s, a desktop? What is the king of collectible fans these days?
Well, the one that I know of that went for the most amount of money, it was actually in my possession. I was getting it for another collector that lives in Wisconsin, and he paid $50,000.
$50,000?
Okay, describe this fan, Robbie.
It's called an 1898 Westinghouse pancake. It's direct current. Okay, so back when Tesla and Edison were battling it out between AC and DC,
right?
DC was like more of the inferior universal kind of current that was being used at the time, and by like 1940, a lot of that stuff was thrown away, and there was an auction hall down in New York that had this thing. And again, like I said, my friend in Wisconsin bought it. He sent me down there to grab it. and I had it in my possession until he came down from Wisconsin to pick it up from me. And prior to that, we only thought it existed in patent drawings. So it's one of one known to exist.
One of one, $50,000 value, I assume. So is there anything that even comes close to that in the fan world?
I will say there was another one that was at the national convention I saw about 4 or 5 years ago. Again, we only thought it existed in patent drawings. It's called the Bailey Lee from 1910. It's pretty big. It's like a pedestal fan almost. And someone sold it there for, I believe it was also the same price, $50,000.
So that first one you told us about, is that what type of fan is that?
It's a desk fan.
It's a desk fan.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a standard 12-inch desk fan that you would put on a desk.
What about like a famous fan, like say in the movie Airplane, where they say the S is really going to hit the fan, and then they show the fan and the poop comes down and it lands on it. Like if you could get your hands on that actual fan, would that have some value to it because it was in a movie?
Well, it's funny because that model itself, I know what scene you're talking about. It was made by a company called Robbins and Myers. I know exactly what fan.
Of course, no.
Now the fan itself would cost a little bit. It's just like any other collector thing. The fan itself would cost more if it was the actual fan, but other than that, like on any other day, that would be like $50 or less.
Okay, so this is a classic when you think of like Sam Spade, or you think of the classic noir. Private detective movies.
Yeah.
A detective always had one of those kind of desktop fans.
Slow moving,
yes.
Yeah, with the wire around it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
What's your favorite fan from a movie you've ever seen? Is there any standout fan in a movie?
I would say, well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little story. I remember one time in high school, because like everybody all knew I collected fans. So we were watching Shawshank Redemption. There's a scene where they're in the warden's office.
Yeah.
And he had a 1934 GE Quiet Blade sitting on top of the desk. So I said out loud in front of her, "Oh my God, there's a 1934 GE Quiet Blade."
Wow. So that was a highlight of Shawshank Redemption for you, was the fan in the warden's office.
Yeah, correct.
Robbie, where do ceiling fans sit amongst your group?
Well, I will say that a lot of the younger crowd enjoys that. Now, there is
the hipsters.
There's kind of like a division. There's the older crowd, which would be like 50 and above.
Yeah.
They got into fans because they were through like tinkering with other mechanical items. Like, for example, a friend of mine, he got into it because he restores motorcycles, and it's kind of like the same kind of principle where, he strips the paint apart and, takes the motors apart. And
I get that. Yeah, so it's something to tinker around with.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But for the younger people like me, now I'm 29, and I got into it because I just was always, I always say, like, how sometimes infants are fascinated with spinning objects.
Right.
I never outgrew that. So it's always been with me.
Like from the mobile over your crib to now, you're fascinated with things that spin and move around, and I got that. So what would be Valhalla for you to acquire in the fan world? Just doesn't have to be most expensive, but what is your Porsche of fans?
I would have to say it's called a white Emerson heat fan. It's 52 inches. It has 3 blades. Actually, I was just down in Gilbertsville, okay? There was a fire hall that closed there about maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. There were 19 of them in there. This fire hall was abandoned for like 5 years. It was in an online auction. I bought all of them for $1. And I was selling them for about $100 a piece. After I put them down.
That's amazing.
All right, Robbie, I'm gonna test your movie fan knowledge. What style of fan was Tommy Boy saying, "Luke, I am your father"?
La 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 Luke.
I'm gonna have to look. I'm not that big of a movie guy. I guess it's because I'm too busy looking at fans.
If you were to guess,
I'm gonna have to look at that one.
All right.
I bet you he could identify from the clip.
Absolutely. It's
Because
an
it's a
older
close-up.
desk fan. It's got like a greenish color paint on it. And yeah, he would definitely know.
Do you scoff at those cheap, like $18, $15, just rectangular fans that just sit on the floor that,
box fan.
Yeah, that plastic. I mean, is that like low grade porn for you, or is it do they have a place in this world?
Oh, a friend of mine, a coworker of mine, is sitting next to me right now. So that's a deal. He just showed me a clip of that. That you were just
all right. Oh, you just saw. Okay, he showed you a
clip.
clip. What kind of a fan is that?
It's a green 16-inch deal out there.
What's the brand?
Dio?
Deal.
Oh, I thought he said
Diehl. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was Dio.
Hey, Robbie, the two-part question. Do you have a significant other? And if so, what does he or she think about your hobby?
Oh, well, I said they asked me kind of the same exact thing on Rover the other day.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested. I always say I blow my own breeze, so to speak.
Okay.
So that's a no.
All right.
Well, now you're getting a little deep.
Personal,
but,
No, I was just curious. Like,
Well, listen, after
a partner might
fans,
tolerate that, you know? And maybe you can find somebody that shares your love of this.
Well, yeah,
but you-
especially at the event.
Robbie,
I will tell you a story though. I was a senior in high school. I had a T-shirt on from one of these fan conventions, and we were on a cruise. And believe it or not, there was a girl that was on this cruise ship that came right up to me and said, "Do you collect fans too?" And I said, "Yes, I do." She pulled out her phone. She was showing how her and her dad were taken apart. Again, it was a GE Quiet Plate. I knew the model right away. And we were having this wonderful conversation for like 2 or 3 hours. It was great. Unfortunately, she lives out in Washington State. So.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you
she's
found the one woman into fans.
She's from Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know.
But I wasn't making fun of you, Robbie. Like I'm sure that there's somebody out there that shares this interest with you, and it'd be a really cool thing to bond over.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are girls that are out there, but I would say like this is more of a mechanical thing that a lot of masked guys, shall we say, deal with. But,
All right.
Yeah, there are girls out there.
All right. Well, listen, Robbie, we got to wrap it up. We did not know you were going to call in, but I'm delighted
We're
that you
thrilled.
called in. It's the Lehigh Valley Fan Meet, and this was the 12th annual one. You're going to have another one next year, I assume?
13th, and you can go online, or you can friend me on Facebook, because I always talk about them. It's the Antique Fan Collectors Association. They will post the flyer on that. I usually like to host it around July, August, that kind of time.
I tell you what,
anybody wants to go.
You might be seeing me there next year.
Yeah.
Might as
You
well,
never
yeah.
know. Listen, real quick. I had someone come up. Someone drove 1,000 miles from Florida for this thing.
Wow.
And another two guy from Texas, from Long Beach, California. I mean, they came to the Lehigh Valley just to look at fans. It was unbelievable.
That's crazy. All right, Robbie, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Robbie Lawrence,
All right.
the head of the fan convention. We'll see you later, man.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Do you think he knows that there are fleshlights?
I don't know. I don't know if he knows those exist or not. But he's a nice guy. But he
And he
definitely does. He kind of has that that voice you do from
That
time
is
to time.
that you want that guy collecting stuff because that guy knows. And the fact that he could just look at a little clip from a Tommy Boy with the fan and identify the brand.
And he knows it.
That is a voluminous knowledge of fans.
All right, we have to take a break because we have to go live on Fox Good Day. So make sure you stay close. We have some bizarre file stories on the way as well and more. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
At the same time. So we're going to get a really good picture for you. Let me ask Mel, would you like to do it or no?
Sure.
All right, she's diving in. She's going to do it.
We're making friends.
We're making friends. This is a beautiful thing.
Mel, look at Mel's face. You're doing a great job.
Oh, yes, that was huge. All right, Frank, we're not even going to ask. Unless you want to volunteer that. Yeah, you probably don't, do you?
No.
Okay, he doesn't really.
All right.
Oh, my
Is this
God.
real?
Are you really doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's
very good.
Awesome. I love that. Let's hear it for Mel and Frank and Kat and Victoria. They did wonderful. Fear of Clowns. Getting over it right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like, first I'm on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. They're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that cow.
Every way you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. You know, I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is
said,
real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you know, you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit, and most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is. Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book, the only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious, and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the frontman, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew I could have the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this. It's the very nature of our show is that if over the years we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face. And and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. You know, go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
It was a thing
Years ago, it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care of that.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have, well, do you want to hear the winner? Or, yeah, let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
but
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard it. I'm ready to talk and I cannot see your listening. What was that? I said I can't see your listening. Yeah, let's go. Heard it. Sound good to you.
You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people?
It's a dream come true.
What was that?
It's a dream come true.
What was that?
It's a dream come true.
She just gives up.
God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing.
To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna entertain you.
What's that?
We're gonna entertain you.
What's that?
We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
looking at a still shot of her.
She's
with
a Miss
her-
America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna learn to roll and
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like
you might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist actually,
and they're gonna
give
do
me the
a
shot.
duet.
Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even got to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life I love the best.
Oh my God.
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year, and going to Disneyland. The Disneyland. There was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were. You, as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't believe it.
Just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs. Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office right now, dear friends.
Kids from like the earliest that we can remember. Isn't it odd?
Hey guys.
We missed the first part. Sorry.
We were running behind. We had a song ending, and we heard kids, and then heard, isn't it odd? And that's all we heard, so I apologize.
Aren't your children odd? No,
Why do you have odd kids?
Parents, we do lie to our children from early on.
Yeah.
You know, just weird stuff.
Yeah, I was, just trying to think of blatant lies. I mean, we used to tell our kids kind of fun stuff like we lived there not too far away from the nuclear power plants, and you could see them off in the distance, and they would create all this steam. And we told them they were cloud factories, as opposed to a nuclear power plant out there. But there with Casey, you were saying you have a couple.
I've been told many lies in my life, and just right off the bat, and I'm going to rattle these off to you. Once I was told that when your ears got pierced, feathers came out. You didn't bleed. Right. Another one, there was a fire alarm near our house from Swarthmore Fire Company. I was told that was alligators making that sound because the sound was weird. It was like, and somebody told me that was alligators.
And they were setting you up to look like an idiot when you told people later on.
Exactly. And then another one was that if you swallow gum, it sticks to your heart. And then the last one is if you pick your nose too much, your brain's going to cave in.
Okay.
That's Kathy. Kathy, you had your Kathy's parents. Mom told her that there were bugs in gum.
The vending machines, because she always just thought the candy sat there and it was disgusting and dirty. And so anytime we were like, "Oh, please, can we have a quarter?" She'd be like, "Oh no, there's bugs in there." We would be like, "Oh yeah,
Really?
Yes.
All those cheap
What
tricks.
about too, like if you cross your eyes, right?
And you got punched.
Yeah.
My parents had a good one. They would say, "We love you." And it was not.
What a funny lie.
But the swallowing gum thing, I think some people actually believe that, but
that's been proven not true. You can swallow your gum.
We were also told if you were eating watermelon and you swallowed the seeds, that a watermelon would grow in your stomach.
Right?
I have heard that.
Right.
This stuff that
What
made
was
you.
the one about it? I'd go blind.
If you take care of
never
yourself.
mind.
Yeah.
No.
I can give you the specifics.
There's a Harry Palm one too in there. Someone might, I think. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you grow hair.
If you get punched while you're doing that, right? Yeah.
By the way, Casey Boy, I love the support for media. It's going to be a big night tonight. Delco versus the World.
That's right. That's right. These guys should have been in the World Series years ago when Taney Dragons had taken the whole world by storm.
Monet took them out.
They had a really, really good squad back then, but same coach and a different squad. And so I'm wearing this. My friend Andy Dietrich, his son plays on the team, so he dropped this off at my house. And so Delco versus the World.
So do you know some of the players? I mean, have you gotten to know the team a little bit? I am not well versed in the team.
Well, you will be. You know, you tune in tonight and you're going to find out all about them. You know, everybody already knows about Trevor Skoranek. You know, he's the kid who not only ended the no-hitter, but ended the game with a walk-off. You know, so you're going to learn about these guys as the days go on.
Okay.
It's exciting.
Let's hope they have a long run.
Yeah.
Hey, Casey, is it a double elimination?
You know what? I don't know. We're going to find out tonight.
We'll be watching.
We will all find out.
You got it. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
See
All
you
right,
next
guys,
week.
we will
Wednesday,
see him.
August
All right,
16th.
yes. Hold on a second. Nick has something.
breaking news.
Breaking news.
wait,
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on. Let me get the breaking news.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
All right, Nick McElwain.
Our buddy, Rory Cheddar Whiz, won the mullet championship.
Get out of here. Really?
First place. So I just, Aaron, his mom just texted me. She said in all caps, first place. So we're going to try to get her on the phone a little bit.
Get out of
that
here.
would do maybe
Holy
the B file.
hell.
I know, right? Isn't that awesome?
We knew he had the most votes, but there were charitable donations, but there were also judges involved too.
Yeah. And so all we knew before now was that he made the top 3 and that they were going to make the announcement at about 7:55. And we got news from Aaron. And we mullet champion in our area.
How about that?
Rory Cheddar Whiz bringing home the bacon.
Soon to be World Series champs, right, Case?
Soon to be a llama owner.
I was just going to say, it looks like his sister is getting a llama.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that awesome?
That's
That is
fantastic.
phenomenal.
Love hearing that. Congratulations. All right, so maybe we'll get a chance to hear from him a little bit later on. All right, we skipped traffic, so let's go ahead and take a look at that now, if you don't mind, Kathy. What's going on so far this morning?
We've got delays on 95 southbound. You're slowing from Academy to Cotman at Allegheny. We have the off-ramp still closed. That's ongoing construction. An accident on the Blue Road northbound. It's jammed Westchester Pike to Villanova. It's off to the shoulder. Also northbound slowing 95 to the Media Bypass. Schuylkill eastbound backing up from the Boulevard into the Vine Expressway. Westbound from Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard to the Blue Road. The accident that was in there now gone. 422 eastbound slows Oaks to 23. In New Jersey, 55 northbound, heavy Deptford to 42. And in Christiana, Delaware, Airport Road closed between Commons Boulevard and 95. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Get fruit favorites at Whole Foods Market. Go to Get Organic, black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.49 per pound with Prime through August 22nd while supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with this story. A blackout has sparked a warning in Queensland, or for Queenslanders, I should say, in Australia, to be safer around power poles after an incident that could have been fatal. About 1,000 people experienced an emergency power outage in Brisbane South after damage was done to an 11,000-volt cable.
Oh, geez.
That was attached to a power pole. It's interesting how it happened, though. Crews responded to the outage, and they discovered a scorched advertising sign and staple gun on the scene, leading them to believe that the damage came from someone attempting to put a sign on the pole.
So they're trying to put an advertisement up and disrupted everything.
And using a staple gun, and it must have knocked them into the next county because nobody was around. Attaching signs to power poles is illegal, and it can attract fines more than $6,000.
Do you ever dry your wash on the high-tension cables?
What the people who put these signs up don't appreciate is that the crews, according to a spokesman, said the crews have to often climb these poles at night and during severe weather and pouring rain and low visibility. The nails, the screws, and signs themselves can easily rip into our crews' protective clothing and skin, putting them in a very dangerous situation. So that's what took out all of the power.
Wow.
This is a wild story, man. A North Carolina father gunned down the driver who fatally struck his son as the family was walking down the road after their car ran out of gas. Now, there's a story behind this. Shortly before 6:30 a.m. Monday, a mom, a dad, and a juvenile son were walking down the road. When heading toward their home on foot, a driver ran over the 17-year-old son, killing him. Now, the driver, identified as Jeffrey McKay, stopped after hitting the teenager and called 911 and to report the incident. And at some point, the teen's father pulled out a gun and fatally shot him, McKay, at the scene before tossing the weapon in a pond and fleeing, leaving his deceased son and mortally wounded McKay on the side of the road.
I mean, so it was an accident. It was horrifying. He stopped. and did what you were supposed to do.
Exactly. And this guy shot him.
Yeah.
It's unclear if McKay was shot while on the 911 call or not. The father, identified as 41-year-old Chad Woods, had been charged with second-degree murder. The teen's mother was not facing any charges. McKay was driving a North Carolina Department of Adult Correction vehicle when he struck the teen. He was transported to a nearby hospital but died from his injuries. Factors leading up to the fatal crash, including speed and road conditions, were unknown at the time. The sheriff's office is investigating the crash and the shooting. After the shooting, Woods and the teen's mother fled the scene in that guy's car, in McKay's car.
This is effed up.
And left their deceased son behind. Deputies located the stolen vehicle and the family's home, where they arrested Woods on charges of second-degree murder and larceny of a motor vehicle. Woods later told investigators that he threw the gun used in the shooting in a nearby pond, who added that deputies searched for the weapon using canines and a dive team, but had to end the search shortly after noon due to hot temperatures. Patty Elliott, a woman who witnessed the crash, said the person driving the truck, he was trying to do the right thing, but in the process, he gets shot and killed for it.
That is insane.
Totally. All right, and a lighter story. An Austrian shop near Vienna was evacuated and closed on Tuesday after a venomous Brazilian wandering spider was spotted. When men are bitten, they can apparently experience painful 4-hour-long erections afterwards. Yes.
I might as well put this to use.
Bites can usually be fatal and cause hypothermia and convulsions. The shop will likely be closed until next week. An exterminator has been called to the scene, and the store will be cleaned and disinfected. It is suspected that the spider came along with a crate of bananas.
So, a quick question. Is there any other insect or venom
I don't know
that would
could
cause
do
such
that.
a reaction? And where can I get it?
That's a good question. I don't really know. A woman who fractured her left ankle during a trip with her husband to the Italian food emporium Italy, which Marissa was going on about the other day.
Right.
In Boston last year, is blaming her injury on a piece of ham. Alice Cohen was heading to an area where food samples are distributed to customers on October 7th when she slipped on a piece of prosciutto and fell.
Classic ham injury.
The lawsuit says Alice Cohen sustained bodily injuries, a loss of enjoyment of life, pain and suffering, and incurred necessary medical expenses for medical care and attention. Her expenses, including a hospital visit and physical therapy, have resulted in more than $7,500 in bills. Cohen and her husband, Rolland, are seeking a jury trial and at least $50,000 in damages. The lawsuit claims that Italy was negligent or not properly cleaning the floor. The lawsuit also claims loss of consortium as well.
To be honest, $50,000 is kind of low for these things, right? So maybe it's legit.
Maybe so. All right, and then finally, we will end with this story. Yeah, a woman in Texas who said she lived in fear for years was awarded over $1 billion by a jury in a revenge porn case.
Wow.
Considerably more than her attorneys had asked for.
$1 billion?
Identified as only Jane Doe in legal documents, the woman had dated the man named Jamal Jackson Marquez for 4 years before the relationship ended in 2021. It was then that the harassment began, with Jackson posting intimate photos and videos on Facebook, Twitter, Dropbox, and Pornhub, according to her attorney. The woman said, every day was me waking up, checking, and I'm trying to prevent it, and I'm trying to constrain it. This type of experience is devastating. During their relationship, Jane Doe had consented to privately sharing some intimate photos with Jackson. However, she had made it clear, both explicitly and implicitly, that they were not to be disclosed to anyone else. But court documents said the ex-boyfriend began unlawfully distributing the private photos and videos by publicly uploading them to multiple social media and other online platforms, often accompanied by identifying features such as her name and home address.
Wow.
Jackson took the invasion of privacy further, gathering additional material by secretly logging into the woman's mom's home security system to spy on her via its audio and visual features. Court documents show that Jackson went to great lengths to share the private material, creating fake profiles on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. He then would send messages and emails containing hyperlink URLs to Jane Doe's friends, family, and coworkers. Jackson also created a public website with a Dropbox folder attached, which contained intimate images, along with a page impersonating her on Pornhub.
So this is a massive campaign.
Additionally, Jackson tagged the social media accounts of Jane Doe's workplace and gym on social media and directed them to links containing the photos and videos. Adding to the torment, he also gained unauthorized access to her bank account, using the money to cover his own rent, while further subjecting her to relentless calls and messages from concealed phone numbers. In Texas, made it a felony to share intimate photos or videos of someone in 2015 without their consent. And others. So the case went to jury last week. It took 30 minutes to reach a verdict.
Yeah.
And she was awarded $1.2 billion, which is more than the $1 billion her attorneys had asked for.
Well, there's no way they're not going to get $1 billion.
It's unlikely she would receive anywhere near that much, but
I mean, if the ham slip got $50,000,
they had officially awarded her $1.2 billion.
It's the most insane level of revenge porn I've ever heard of.
That's crazy. All right, and there you go. And that's why it is in the bizarre file this morning. All right, there's an event coming up on Monday. It is the 6th annual Dining with the Dogs. To benefit Alpha Bravo K9, and we have a couple of people here to chat about it. Our friend Jamie Blackburn is here, and Chef Mike. From White Dog Cafe. Welcome back, folks.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you all. We're getting set for another event. It's this coming Monday, right, Jamie?
It is. It's Monday. It is at all 3 of the White Dog Cafe locations that are in the suburbs. So Haverford, Wayne, and Glen Mills, which is our largest location right now.
That's where I'm going to be.
And I'll be there as well.
Me too. I'll be there.
Okay, cool.
So it's a party. So we'll all be down there. There's lots of great things that go on. We've got terrific food, which Chef can tell you about. We have Moments by Max, which is doing an amazing balloon installation. It'll be very Instagrammable.
Right.
There's raffle prizes. But most of all, it's just for a really, really good cause for Alpha Bravo K9, which is a not-for-profit organization that provides service dogs free of charge to former military who have PTSD, traumatic brain injury, and these dogs are life-changing. And what we do at White Dog, with White Dog Cafe and Dining Out for the Dogs is each year, and this is our 6th year, to raise enough money to purchase a puppy and raise it for the 2 years that it takes to train it.
It's about $30,000 per dog, and there's a ton of time invested. There's a specific breed that responds well to this, and Jen Green, who does the training, it takes a process. It's conceivable you can go 90% of the way through the training process, and then the dog is just not quite suitable for it. So a lot of things in factor, but the fact that these are given gratis to these veterans, and that the veterans basically, and we've all encountered, we've all come out to the White Dog event, and we've all met veterans who've had these dogs. It changes their lives.
It is. It's a life-changing experience for them. And each year, Jen raises about 3 dogs every year for the vets. And she's always looking for puppy trainers, which is a pretty good gig to have, where you help to raise the puppy. You go to class at Jen's location and you learn what you need to do with the puppy for the week. You practice it, you come back, and then the dog is, in training and spends the last about month or so with the vet that it's paired with. So the dogs and the vets meet at the same time and get to kind of choose each other. It's like doggy dating, I guess, for the situation, so that the vet is most comfortable with the dog and the dog is most comfortable with the vet. But it really is a life-changing experience for these vets, and something that we're very, very proud to be part of.
You guys are great. You guys have stepped up every time. And then the thing that really took off is the flight of hot dogs, which last year, these are gourmet hot dogs. Last year, they were so popular, they ran out early. But this year, you are good to go at the locations. And Chef, what are the gourmet hot dogs this year?
So we got extra hot dogs this year, so we're certainly not going to run out. But we have 4 different varieties. We have a backyard dog burger, a backyard dog. It's going to be ketchup and mustard and potato chip crumble.
Right.
We have our Southwest dog with guacamole and tortilla chips and cotija cheese. We have a white dog with mushroom relish and goat cheese and a little bit of truffle aioli. Mm-hmm. And then we have like a Coney Island dog with Green Meadow Farm beef chili and some pickled shallots and a little bit of P.A. Noble cheddar cheese.
So so a percentage, if you just go and have dinner, a percentage is going to go to Alpha Bravo K9, and then there are specific items like
correct,
the hot dogs and other things that are going all the way to help Jen get her dogs and train them for the vets.
Yes, the hot dog flight is $40. 100% of that goes right to Alpha Bravo K9. This year we also have pup cakes.
Yeah.
They are really, really cute. You can't see them if you're in the audience, but they are really cute. They're cupcakes that look like little dog faces, and they are 2 for $10, and 100% of those proceeds will go to Alpha Bravo. And we also have some great sugar cookies that will also 100% of the proceeds go to Alpha Bravo. And all of this is baked in-house by our own White Dog Bakery. So, and Tito's Vodka, which is a great sponsor, is is giving us products so that we can make the Tito's Doghouse cocktail, and 100% of that will also go to Alpha Bravo.
You guys always have some awesome baskets and things like that are up for auction too, right?
We do. We always have great items that are there for raffles. They do a 50-50. Alpha Bravo comes with lots of Alpha Bravo gear, so Jen sells that on site. You can purchase T-shirts.
Puppy kissing booth?
We have a puppy kissing booth,
Right.
so you come and you can kiss a puppy and make a donation. The puppies are just the cutest. You just want to sit there and rub their little ears and give them a kiss and donate lots of money. But again, every year we try to raise between $25,000 and $30,000. If you can't make it to the event, but you feel like coming to any of the White Dogs before Monday, you can donate to Alpha Bravo Canine. We're happy to take the donation while you're there on site. And, everything that we are doing goes directly to Alpha Bravo Canine.
Excellent. And so obviously we know there's those horrifying statistics as far as veterans committing suicide and depression and these lingering effects from stuff that, they gave so much for us to be able to provide these dogs gratis to them and give them freedom, and a lot of times allow them to leave the house and conduct, go to work and do whatever they need to do. It's an absolute 180 once they get these dogs, and it's an amazing thing to see it. So I'm going to be at Glen Mills, and various personalities are going to be around at other locations. It's like corralling kittens to find out who's going where. But yeah, go to any one of them and do it, and eat dinner. Take advantage of all the stuff that's available and do some good. So we're thrilled.
This coming Monday, and it's from 5 to 9.
It's
so the event's taking
5 o'clock we start at dinner, and it goes all the way until we close.
Awesome. Excellent. Well, we have the information posted at PrestonandSteve.com, so you can absolutely go for it. And those hot dogs smell fantastic.
Yes.
Chef, thank you so much for bringing those in. We're going to dive into that here in a moment. Good luck with everything.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your support.
And check WMMR.com. Absolutely. Hot dog. Hot dog. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We might be playing a game when we get back.
I'm looking forward to this.
Stay with us. We'll return in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats. Bring up me heart is your hoe. I love it when I find mommies and daddies. Up me heart is your hoe. Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
Pirate's Life.
I think that's
The
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp singing "Drink Up Me Hearties Yo Ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line
Drink
of the
up
movie.
me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around. Visit the Viper Room.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly.
Oh.
They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the swat.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No.
Right.
I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait, and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies. That's cool. Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to do that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So, in general, the smaller
Did
the
they
species,
capture a fly and interrogate him?
the faster its critical flicker. They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
He starts smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general, the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So so what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How did they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical
I
current.
assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptors.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How did they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This is
masseuse.
good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do. For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin
I know.
spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend,
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
how about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
Yes.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the
for
end
you.
of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
That's just all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasburg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasburg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's
No.
out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
that one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But
yeah.
Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that. that?
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got
shoot.
some great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there at the raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo
it,
shoot?
Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely.
All
With spice latte, SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some Silent but Deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but Deadly. SPDs.
DVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little bit-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
That's
DSB.
here.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano. ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up. DSL?
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
that
know.
for that,
That's the
but
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman, Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah, yeah.
alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
Unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh my God!
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
It actually physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is
I know.
peak lazy. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen, WVH and 93.3 WMMR. Another celebration at the end of the world. It's 8:28 with the Preston and Steve show. So delighted you are joining us. We are going to get a contest underway in a moment. Chance to win some free stuff. I do want to remind you again real quick, though, that we are searching for talent to be a part of the MM Barbecue. It's the Preston and Steve Show side stage with the band Sidearm, and we're doing live band karaoke. Yes, you on stage at the MMRBQ singing with an awesome band. And all we need is for you to send us a video of you singing, and we'll judge, and we'll have winners, and we'll choose 10 singers, and you each get to get up and do a song. 4 RBQ tickets will come along with that as well, per person. And on the Preston and Steve Show side stage, we are excited to have our friend Don McCluskey playing a set. His band is awesome, and so we're stoked to have him.
Vine on the westbound side, Bear Avenue to the Vine, the Boulevard to Belmont, Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, Heavy Willow Grove to Fort Washington. On 95 southbound, the Allegheny off-ramp that remains closed for construction. The Vine westbound, Heavy 95 to Broad Street, eastbound from the Schuylkill to Broad. 422 eastbound, so it's Oaks to 23. An accident in Trenton, 295 southbound between 33 and Olden Avenue. It's blocking the right lane. 55 northbound, Heavy Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Wawa. Wawa Rechargers are energy drinks for everyday doers. Get energy every day with a new iced or frozen handcrafted Wawa Recharger. Gotta have a Wawa. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Oh, and we wanted to mention one more time, and we are going to have him on in a little while. Our friend Rory Cheddarwiz has won the National Mullet Championship.
Yeah!
He won it thanks to your votes. And we're going to get him on in the program in just a little while and let him bask in his victory.
Well deserved.
And a llama for his
You know what?
sister.
We should do a video of us going llama shopping with him.
We should go llama shopping with him. That'd be great. I
Absolutely.
mean, how does one llama shop? I don't know. But I want to find out.
Yeah.
All right. So today is a bit of a sad day because we're losing some of our interns.
And they've been great.
It is back to school time. And this is, I think, the shortest tenure of interns that we've ever had. This was like a short group. It was like just a summer-only group of interns. And sometimes we have them for a little bit longer. But these guys have been great. And we were trying to think of something to do with them. And I had an idea for a contest. And it all stemmed from my kids were in, and my kids are, my 16 and 21-year-old.
My
anyway,
41-year-old came to me.
They were in our kitchen and singing the Dora the Explorer theme song.
Oh.
Right.
And I was like, God, I haven't heard that in forever. And Caroline goes to the Alexa and says, hey, play the Dora theme song. And it started playing. And I was like, oh, yeah. And I remembered it, and I started singing along to it.
Lyrically, you were pretty good?
Lyrically, I fell right back into it. I'm like, man, I haven't heard that in ages. I love this. And then the ages of our interns and those shows, it dawned on me. I'm like, we need to take some kids' shows theme songs
from their frame of
reference and see who can identify the song first, as in like a playoff against each other, and whoever identifies first will win. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a game where an intern will play for you on the phone line. We have a lot of great prizes to give away. You don't have to do anything. You're doing nothing but sitting on the phone.
Nothing.
And waiting to see how your intern does. So call right now, 215-263-WMMR, and we'll pair you up with one of our interns, and we're going to play these songs, and whoever rings in first and can identify the song is deemed the winner, and that person they're playing for on the phone line gets a prize.
We're going to do this contest with me and my childhood, but we couldn't find a lot of Rudy Valley music.
No,
so,
it's all maybe in the Library of Congress.
Yeah, maybe in the Library of
I don't know.
Congress.
But Casey, what are some of the prizes we have to give away if you don't mind rattling that off?
Well, we
please?
have one prize in particular that a few of our interns can't indulge in, and that is cases of Trobe's Perpetual IPA.
They're not winning.
Of the 4 interns, who here can actually legally have a Perpetual?
Yeah.
Gavin is the only one.
Yeah.
We've only got one.
Do you know I know Gavin's dad?
No.
Yes. Gavin's dad and I worked together. Case when we were, his dad was the manager at the swim club.
Oh, no kidding.
That I worked at, yes. And
Whoa.
I don't know if I could tell stories about Gavin's dad. I'm not going to because I didn't get the approval, but we had a lot of fun.
It involves wine coolers and a Ramada Inn.
No.
And not only that, but we have tickets to the Pod Meets World. This is the Boy Meets World podcast, so I don't know if that's in any of their wheelhouses. And we also have a couple of pairs left of these tickets to see Chris Tucker, the Legend Tour that's coming to the Met in October.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let's get our first 2 contestants. Let's go with Will and Campbell. Let's get you guys over here. Campbell, also known as Soup. It's her nickname. We didn't give it to her. She came provided with one. Now, I've chosen, these are all kids shows that aired in the 2000s.
See, I would not, this is not my realm, so.
So you guys, that would be right in your zone, right, Will?
Right about, yeah.
Okay. And Campbell, did you watch a lot of, Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network and all
I
that
was
stuff?
a big Disney girl.
And Disney. Okay.
all right,
All right.
good.
So we got a little bit of everything. So you each have a bell in front of you. Will, hit that bell, please. There you go. And Campbell, let's hear yours. She's got the higher pitched one.
Perfect.
And so all you have to do is hit now. Slap that bell hard when you know what it is. We're going to pair you guys up. First, we're going to go with, we have Campbell is playing for Jim and Will is playing for Dan. Okay, so on the line, and we have a prize for the one who can identify it. And we'll just start off. Case, you got one ready to go?
I got one ready to go.
Okay, if you know this song, buzz in. Let's go and see who can identify this first.
Will? Campbell.
Oh.
It was
Who was
Campbell.
Campbell got it first.
It was like the exact same time.
All right. Nick says Campbell.
It was Wonder Pets.
Wonder Pets! I loved Wonder Pets.
That was a good one.
That was the
one of
best
my
show.
favorites.
Was that the one Pacino
This is
hosted?
Serious. We have to help them. All right, so that means we have a winner, Casey.
And Jim, you won yourself a pair of tickets to the Pod Meets World, the Kids Wanna Jump Tour. That's going to be on Saturday, September 30th at the Met Philadelphia. We're talking Danielle Fischel, Ryder Strong, and Will Friedle are going to host the podcast where they rewatch and earnestly react to the 90s sitcom that they all starred in, Boy Meets World, now 30 years later. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to rotate interns in and out because we have 4 interns here. We have not only Will and Campbell, but we have Matt and Gavin. We mentioned Gavin earlier, and this is Matt. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, nice and close to that microphone there, buddy. And so how well versed are you in the old kids shows?
I would say more Nickelodeon shows.
You were a Nick guy?
than Cartoon Network or Disney. I think.
Okay. Do you have a favorite?
Favorite Nickelodeon show? Avatar: Last Airbender.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a great show.
It was a really good one. All right, well, we're going to test your knowledge of the theme songs, and Campbell's going to stay in place. As long as you win, you stay.
You stay.
Where you are, and you get to keep playing. So Campbell
It's like life.
Want to know. So next we have Brielle is going to be playing with Campbell. And then for Matt, who do we have, Casey?
It looks like Sean on line 2.
Sean on line 2. Okay, so we have Campbell with Brielle and Sean with Matt. So here we go. Next kids show theme song.
All right.
Let's see if you guys know this one. Oh, Matt.
It's Thomas Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Well done.
He got it right off the bat. Oh my God.
He's a tanker.
I
Listen
was
to this.
Thomas for like 2 years in Halloween. Like I was 2 and 3 years old.
Really? Oh, no way. All right, so besides Thomas, who were some of the other engines? Do you remember?
There's James, there's Percy, and Gordon was the big blue one.
Gordon. And who was the engineer when you were watching? Was it George Carlin? Was it
Ringo Starr?
Ringo Starr.
I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
Alec Baldwin did it for a stretch too. Yeah.
And then Tom Sizemore did it for a week. No.
They had a couple of female ones too, and I can't remember.
Did they?
I can't remember who all that. Like they got big names.
I was watching when Ringo did it.
Yeah.
I just thought it was adorable. It was just such a cute series.
Thomas was very cross to find the top of Matt. Yeah. All right, so that means we have a winner, and that is Sean. So what are we going to give Sean, Case?
Sean won a pair of tickets to see Chris Tucker, the Legend Tour. It's going to be Wednesday, October 18th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster.
So Nick pulled up the narration. So Ringo Starr, Michael Angelis, is that who that says? George Carlin, Alec Baldwin, Michael Brandon, Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, that's cool.
Mark Morahan, John Hasler, and Joseph May. There were definitely some women at some point. Maybe in the American version.
What was the plane one that that was it? I know what you're thinking, right?
No, well, maybe
Sarah Ferguson had something to do with that as well.
I don't remember, but that one was weird. Their faces looked a little bit
Scary.
more intense.
They look more human
than Thomas the Tank Engine. I
yeah.
forgot about that one, Steve. All right, so up next we have Matt against Gavin. Hey, Gavin, how you doing?
Doing fantastic, thank you.
You got any stories about Kathy's dad?
Yeah.
haven't had the pleasure of meeting him.
I did hear you call Kathy mommy. So
that's weird.
That was a Freudian slip there.
All right, so we're gonna have Gavin play with listener who's been on hold.
It looks like
Mike. Mike at the top there, and then we have Matt who's gonna be playing for Bob. And let's see if we can get another one under our belt and give some stuff away. All right, guys, get your signaling buttons ready. Here we go. This is your theme.
Hi, I'm Pablo.
Oh, Matt.
Backyard again.
My name's Tyrone. I'm Uniqua. I'm Johnson. My name's Austin. And we're your backyard friends, the backyard again.
even I know this.
I think they had the best singers on Backyard Again.
Which one of you hated this?
We've got the whole bad world in our yard to explore.
We always find things we've never seen before. That's why every day we're back for more with your friends, the backyard again.
They had great music on that show.
They really did.
Matt got it, and that means that Bob is our winner. Is that
Bob,
what it is?
yeah.
All right, Bob. Let's
All right.
set him up.
All right, so Bob, hang on a second. I got to do this for you. Bob, you won our final pair of tickets to see Chris Tucker, the Legend Tour. That's going to be on Wednesday, October 18th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale via Ticketmaster.
We're seeing a dynasty form here, Preston.
All right, Gavin, get out of here. You lost.
Matt, you still watch most of these shows to this day.
All right, we're gonna cycle Will in next, and we're gonna have Will, who is gonna play with listener Dan, and we are gonna have Matt play this time with Brian, I believe, right?
All right.
Yeah, listener Brian. Okay, let's queue up another one. See if our interns can identify who can get this first. What show is this theme from? Wait. Oh my God!
Wow, dude.
That's good.
To this day, I still watch this one, actually, Nick. Teen Titans. I love that
Home and tropical fruit.
All right, and the song was done by Puffy Amayumi.
Oh.
Was their name.
All right.
But I was when that would come on and my kids were watching it, I'm like, I would turn it up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Because that song is awesome. All right, we have another one ready to go, and this time Campbell is facing off against Matt. Matt's gotten 3 in a row now, and I mean like
Instantly.
really fast. So Campbell is going to play for Mike W., and I don't have anybody for Matt yet. We're pairing them up on our phone lines. So we're going to have Joe. All right, Matt is going to play for listener Joe. All right, you guys get ready for this one because this is all about who can hit the signaling button.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, I thought you were doing the one above that.
Oh,
Casey.
okay, I can do that. Yep. Here we go.
So whoever can get to your button the quickest is going to win this one. Here we go.
Are you ready?
Oh, Campbell.
SpongeBob.
Oh, my God, Matt.
I thought for sure
Be
Matt would get
ashamed of
that.
yourself. Wow. All
I
right.
can't hear you.
So Campbell wins, and that means Doug is our winner on the phone lines.
Pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
And what are we going to give Doug, by the way?
He won Trogs Perpetual at Trogs Artisanal Meets Mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual. It is a bold, pale ale, emerges ripe with sticky citrus rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit.
Recently went back with my kids and we watched the first season of SpongeBob because the first season is... it started to peter out, I don't know, about 5 seasons or so into it, but the first season is perfection.
Well, you know who's a massive fan? Corey Taylor from Slipknot.
I believe it.
And they were at some sort of fan festival, not of actual fans, but it was genre stuff, and he got up and sang the song with some of the cast of SpongeBob.
You
Did
know
it
who else
peter
is-
out though, or did your kids just grow out of it? Because we watched season after season, and I didn't watch it as when I was younger. I only watched it with Jace, and he loved it.
It was still good, but I thought the writing kind of slipped a little
I
bit
think
after
you're right.
a while.
I mean, like Sentence Enhancers has to be
God.
one of the greatest episodes ever.
I agree.
And by the way, another huge fan is Claire Morrison.
Yes.
I remember coming over to your house one time, and she was sitting on the couch watching SpongeBob.
She loves SpongeBob.
All right, let's do the next one. And we have Gavin against Campbell this time. And let's see who can identify. By the way, Campbell is going to be playing for Doug. And
No, Campbell just played for Doug.
Oh, Campbell just played for Doug. I don't have one for Campbell. But we have Gavin, who is playing for Mike. And we'll get one for Campbell.
We'll figure it out in a second.
All right. Okay, we'll figure it out in
Yeah.
a second. All right, Marissa says line 7. And sure, yeah, it's Doug.
Oh, it is Doug. I thought Doug just won. My bad.
No, so Doug and Mike. All right, here we go. Pick up or get ready to hit the bell. Here is the next theme.
Sugar. Spice.
All right, Gavin.
It's got to be the Powerpuff Girls.
Yes, it
And everything nice.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice.
To
Sorry,
create
Campbell.
the perfect little girl. But Professor Utonium accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction. Chemical X.
Oh, man.
Thus, the Powerpuff Girls were born. Using their ultra superpowers.
You know who was really into Powerpuff Girls? Who? Marilyn Russell.
Oh, was
Our
she?
old
Oh,
co-host.
that's right.
She loved Powerpuff
Oh,
Girls.
yeah.
All right, Mike is our winner. What do we have for him?
You got a case of Trogs Perpetual at Trogs Artisanal meets mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual. This bold Imperial Pale Ale emerges ripe with sticky citrus, rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit.
It's a great theme, too.
Yep.
Yeah, you know who the narrator is? It's Tom Kenny of SpongeBob fame.
Stop it!
Yeah, I didn't know that until just
There
now.
we
but
go.
Yeah.
That's the voice of SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Small world. That's awesome. All right, we will get another group up here. Next is going to be Will against Gavin. And Will is going to be playing for, I believe, Dan. And Gavin is going to take on Ryan as our contestant. So let's play another theme and see what our interns can come up with. All right, this is one of my all-time favorites. Here we go. All right, hold on. Gavin.
Yeah.
No, it was Will.
It was Will.
I
Sorry.
can't even lie.
Will.
That was the Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes. Well done. Verbatim. It's been a while.
What was the conceit here that the parents were they in fact hot or what?
No, fairy godparents.
They're fairy. Yes.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, Timmy had fairy godparents.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And it was a great show, Steve.
Was it funny?
It was written for
Yeah.
adults.
Oh.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Love that show. What do we have for him?
We got a case of Trogs Perpetual, and it is a bold Imperial Pale Ale. It emerges ripe with sticky citrus rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit.
And that is for listener Dan who got that. All right, so up next will be Will and Matt. And so Will is going to be playing for listener Kevin, and Matt is going to be playing this time for John on line 2. All right, so we've queued up another one, and let's see if you guys can identify what show this is.
Water.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Absolutely. Oh, Will is so pissed because Will knew that one too.
This is a great show.
Ago, the 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only
Dude,
the
the finale of Airbender, and you know, Matt, was one of the most intense battle scenes that raged on for like an hour nonstop. It was phenomenal.
What did you think of the movie?
It was just okay.
Yeah.
There were some things about it that I liked, but the story got muddled with the 2 koi fish that had the power and everything. And I think Night Shyamalan had the right idea to make that into a movie, and I don't think he did a bad job of it. I just think that it's an epic story.
Right.
That's why the animated series dragged on for several seasons long.
Well, the plans are to do another version of it, like a live-action limited series.
That would work.
Yeah.
I think they were able to do a series out of it. That would definitely work. All right, Case, who won and what do we have for him?
I believe it was John. John won a case of Trogs Perpetual IPA.
All right, hang on there, bud. We'll get your info, and we'll queue up another one. This time, Campbell is going to be playing for listener Andrew, and Matt won that one, so we are going to have Matt playing with Sarah. All right, let's see how well our interns know this kids show theme, and we'll start this right now. Get ready. Nothing yet.
Wow.
I don't know.
We only do the best we can. And sometimes we make it.
I'll give you a hint. It's not animated.
That's what I was thinking. Just can't pick which one.
Wow.
Nothing. None of them got it.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
It's not the Wizards of Waverly Place.
No. Lizzie McGuire. That was Lizzie McGuire. All right.
That's like an OG show, right?
Yeah. It's a Disney show.
Yeah.
All right. Next case.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure what we were going to do there.
We'll do the same one. Same two. We're jumping around a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if you guys know this one. I think this one will happen very, very quickly.
I like this game, and I don't even know these things.
Here we go.
Are you ready to explore? Come on.
That was Campbell.
Dora.
Dora the Explorer.
I was a big Dora fan.
Big Dora fan?
Dora the Explorer. It's a super cool exploring aura.
Grab your backpack. Let's go. Jump in.
All right, so that means we have a winner, and that is Andrew.
All right, Andy, you won a case of Trogs Perpetual. At Trogs, artisanal meets mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual. This bold Imperial Pale Ale emerges ripe with sticky citrus rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit.
And Preston, one of the children that you share these moments with is going off to school now.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is true.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We only got a couple more here.
We only have a couple more?
Well, we have plenty more, but we only have a few more minutes.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have Gavin and Campbell this time. And Gavin's going to play for Paul, and Campbell is going to play for Lauren. So let's try yet another. I have like 25 of these.
Oh, we have to do it again then another time.
All right. Here's another one. This is from a great show. Let's see if you guys watched this one. What theme is this from?
3, 2, 2.
All right.
Gavin.
Johnny Test?
No. All right.
You don't get, you're done.
Let's continue and see if Campbell gets it.
1, 1.
Got a blast.
Gavin knows
I
now.
don't know if I know it.
A mechanical canine rescues the day from sure destruction. This is the theme song.
This might give it away.
Oh, Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, my God. She got it.
How'd you get that?
God, that's crazy. Good job. Wow.
I was thinking it was Super Y for a little bit, but then something tipped me off.
Dude, Gavin.
When they said Jimmy Neutron.
He answered wrong, and then he was like, no, you guys are wrong. He started to sing along with it, and then he was like, oh, wait, no.
And all the confidence in the world and none of the knowledge.
That means listener Lauren's a winner.
All right, Lauren, you have a pair of tickets to the Pod Meets World, the Kids Wanna Jump Tour. That's going to be Saturday, September 30th at the Met Philadelphia. This is Danielle Fischel, Ryder Strong, Will Friedel. They all host a podcast where they rewatch and earnestly react to the 90s sitcom that they all starred in, Boy Meets World, now 30 years later. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
All right. We have time for a couple more here real quick.
Yeah.
So next we're going to get Will, who's going to be facing off against Campbell. So Campbell's going to play for listener Casey, and Will is going to play for Dan.
All right.
And let's try. We got another one? All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see if you guys can get this theme song. Here we go. Did Did you get
Campbell.
Kim Possible?
Kim Possible, yes. Who was the voice of Kim? It was somebody famous. Hang on, Nick is looking this up.
Mitch McConnell.
No, it wasn't Mitch McConnell.
Nancy Cartwright
That's it.
of Simpsons fame.
No. The actual voice of Kim. I think she was like a teen star.
My name is Kim Possible.
All right, what do we have for our winner case?
All right, we have, and we don't have any more of these. This is our last one. A case of Trogs Perpetual is bold. Imperial Pale Ale emerges ripe with sticky citrus rind, pine bomb, and tropical fruit.
I guess I was wrong. Maybe there wasn't a really famous actress that was the voice of Kim Possible. I thought there was, but no. All right, we're scheduled to have Ricochet on at 9, right?
Yes, sir.
So we got 5 minutes left. We can squeeze in a couple more before we get done. We do have prizes left, right?
We have 2 more prizes
Two
left.
more prizes.
Oh, that's it?
That'll
Okay.
take us. That'll be fine.
Yep.
All right, so Campbell is going to play for Taylor, and up next is Matt, and Matt is going to be playing for Tim.
We have the 2 champs now going against each other.
Yeah, these 2 are definitely the strongest performers we have in the game. All right. This one should be a good one. Kathy, you'll know this one too, okay?
Okay.
Ready? Here we go. Let's see if you guys can guess this one.
Come on in. What did you say? A clue. You see a clue?
Campbell?
Is that Blue's Clues?
Another Blues Tuesday. Hooray.
All right, and that means our winner is Casey. Or no, Taylor. Yes.
Count to 3.
And what are we going to set him up with?
Taylor, you got a pair of tickets to see the Pod Meets World, the Kids Wanna Jump tour. That is going to be Saturday, September 30th at the Met, Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Dude, Blue's Clues was a great show.
We had the host on, the original guy.
We had Steve.
Yeah, Steve. He was great.
Yeah, he was. That was one that was for little kids.
Yeah.
But it was. I don't know. The pace of it was fun.
Was good, yeah.
Yeah. And it was easy to watch if you were a parent. So, all right, we have time for one more. We only have one more prize.
Yep.
Right.
And now it's Gavin and Campbell that are going to play against each other. So Gavin is going to play for listener Jay. Campbell's got too many winners up on the screen right now, so we've got to hold on and get another. Just pick one of the other contestants. All right,
this is the last one.
All right, so Campbell's going to be playing for Dan, and Gavin is going to be playing for Jay, and this is the final one. Let's test your knowledge,
All right,
guys.
come on.
Here we go. All right, Gavin.
I think it's Ben 10.
Ben 10 is correct.
My son loved that show.
Well, Ben.
Yeah.
All right, and that means that our winner is Jay. All right, here's what we have for Jay.
Jay, you have a pair of tickets to the Pod Meets World, the Kids Wanna Jump tour, Saturday, September 30th at the Met, Philadelphia. Danielle, Fischel, Ryder Strong, Will Friedle host the podcast where they rewatch and earnestly react the 90s sitcom they starred in, Boy Meets World. Now, 30 years later, tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster.
Steve, every year for Little League Baseball and soccer, Ben's number was 10 on his jersey as a result of this show. Yeah, he loved it so much.
Nick, who is the most knowledgeable here of our collective?
Campbell versus Matt, I think.
Yeah.
They probably should wrestle it all. Is it Campbell's last day, by the way?
It is.
Yes.
And are you flying back across the country? Oh, man.
And it's Will's. Will's it your last day as well?
No. Anybody else have a last day today? All right, we got a few more days with these guys, but it's Campbell's final
And she
day.
goes all the way across the country. She's a USC girl. And
That's correct.
It stinks to lose interns like that.
I know, man. But she got to play a game today, which was pretty nice.
Did you have fun, Campbell?
How about going?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy?
Yes, I had a lot of fun.
And by the way, you also handed out lottery tickets for us.
I did.
You've
I
done
had
a few
lot
things.
of fun opportunities working here. It's
And you
been
had
awesome.
that incredible when the bridge collapsed. You were out there doing nothing.
I was, yeah. We were trying to attract traffic.
And so you're headed back. When do you head back to school?
I fly back Friday morning.
Oh wow. Okay. And is this your first semester there? Or have you been going there already?
I've been there for one semester, so this will be my second semester, my first fall there.
All right. How did your parents feel about you moving that far away?
It definitely took a little convincing, but now they're on board. They like the weather a lot, so it works out. They came out for Easter, which was nice. And my mom's flying me out to move in.
You have any siblings?
I have 2 little brothers.
Okay, so you're the oldest.
Yeah, my cousin goes to USC too, though, so it works out.
Oh, that's
So you got
nice.
a friend
There you go.
All right,
Yeah,
that
we
works out
just
nice.
just worked out nicely.
All right, excellent. Well, good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And thanks for being the champion here this morning. I assume her and Matt were
Neck
neck
and
and neck.
neck.
Yeah,
But they all did well.
Answer left and right. All right, what is the status of our guest? Are we still waiting on him?
I think we are still waiting on him. He's not dialed in yet, so we can probably take a break.
Take a break? All right, so that's what we'll do. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll come back in a moment, and we're getting ready for WrestleMania at the Link. WrestleMania! Yeah. It returns, and Ricochet will be joining us when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass.
right,
for
is
you.
this because, like, so
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do
can
you know what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
Can't you return them?
I guess you could.
It's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not.
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
and then
Yeah.
no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Well,
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't
Okay.
think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
wait a
I
second.
will bet you
Oh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting.
Well,
Shopping
what
spree.
does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah,
Oh,
complete the
You have
rip
to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
Back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
down.
down.
Rip the rest
of your shirt, and you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
you have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking
are you
news. Don't do
serious?
it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
News. Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show.
Sex
Wow.
after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. Well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
That's another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be taking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste, yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff
Harry.
from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your
I
trash
didn't get
provider.
my trash delivery this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
I'm paying for.
Do you want general trash, or do you want like hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with like large,
Some boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, something documents that make me look important.
All right, sir.
We're sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's #1 trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. You're just tuning in. It's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian. You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the current. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no, last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes, and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah,
bro, it's like
come on, dude.
It's in a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment.
Yeah.
There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system. Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't matter who it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not Star Trek.
Yeah,
where Captain Kirk, he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
Well, he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does.
And I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters.
That's a good point.
About these characters,
because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show, and then I realized that this is not. It's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, you know, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis, you know.
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
You know, if
A
you had
feudal society, or-
and how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make? You know, even though you think, this time we'll do it different. You know, and you see through the show, you know, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. You know, the show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And, you know, Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show. And you know, we laugh at that, but I think it is. You know, you get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, you know, knowing we're right or wrong, or you know, being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there, you know,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
Nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So, but the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of.
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one. Reload! Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. It's here from Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As he slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
So it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He's getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick. because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million.
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Our next guest is going to be here April 6th and 7th for WrestleMania 40, which is taking place at the Link, man.
It's going to be frigging huge.
25 years since WrestleMania has hit Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale Friday at Ticketmaster.com, and our next guest comes complete with a McNabb jersey on as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. What do we have? What do you have?
Well, we have his walking.
Oh, well, then we're not doing anything until we get that. Here we go. Hang on a second. We got to set the stage. All right, let's hear it for Ricochet. Morning, Ricochet.
What's up, guys?
Hey, nice work with the McNabb jersey. That's pretty cool. So,
yeah, I had my Hertz jersey on, but then I said, let me go ahead and get the McNabb jersey on, just a little throwback. You know what I mean?
Shows a little more commitment, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
you guys are both from Chicago, though, right? Correct?
I live close. I spend a lot of time in Chicago. I'm actually from Kentucky.
Oh, what part of Kentucky? My family hails from there.
West Kentucky. It's like 2 hours from Nashville. It's called Paducah, Kentucky.
Paducah.
I've been to Paducah several times, actually.
Yeah.
I have. My family's from the Lexington and Eastern area, but I've driven through Paducah on our way to Kentucky Lake.
Yeah,
and
most
stuff
people
like
just
that.
drive through it. Yeah.
Right. Nice. Well, listen, all from Paducah to WrestleMania, you've got to be Paducah's success story, man.
I think, I think so. I don't know. I think everyone always tells me you're like the most famous guy from Paducah. So
go with it.
It's awesome. It's great. That's a cool thing to have.
I mean, now at this level with this event, I mean, I was reading about you, and I was actually a while ago. I sent the video out to all these guys, and we are staunch. We may not be up on all the minutia, but the wrestling realm. We have the best guests that come in. We've all been. It is. I don't care. The most reticent person to go will be seduced and love it. So you, as like a 14-year-old, I think it was when you started to get into it, right?
Yeah.
And here you are. It's just got to be mind-boggling.
Yeah. I talk to my friends about this a lot. Actually, it's a lot of us, to stop and smell the flowers, so they say. I try to do that all the time, even at SummerSlam, even at Royal Rumble, even at this year's WrestleMania, you know what I mean? So, anytime you can, even sometimes at Raw, just whenever, I always try to stop and appreciate the journey that I've made into where I'm at now. And just, it's really cool. A lot of my friend group that I grew up with, like my close friend group, we're all doing like, what in our respective careers, like we're doing like the best like you I guess could be doing in your respective careers, you know what I mean? It's really cool to see. It's really cool.
No, that's the dream. What I was referencing before is that I'd sent around the video of you and Logan Paul, the Royal Rumble, and and I was vaguely familiar with you, but I'm watching this and I'm like, Jesus Christ. There's that you leap at each other across the ring, and I'm thinking, okay, I know Logan Paul's athletic, but you had to have, because it looks incredibly well timed. It had to be you reacting to that. That made such a viral impact. What was it like pulling that off? That collision over the ring.
I mean, it is like a give and take. I mean, he's obviously mad athletic, and he's not afraid to just attempt it, to try it. You know what I mean? So that's something that he's always had. Like, along with his athleticism, he's just willing to try it. So that helps a lot. But yeah, definitely was telling him to like, don't even worry about my side of it. Just worry about your side of it. Like, I'll get there. I'll be there. So don't worry about how I'm going to jump, when I'm going to jump. So just worry about yourself. Don't slip, don't fall. Like, just worry about doing you know what I mean? And then I will, like you said, react to when you're going, and then we'll meet. But so just, I'll go off you, but just don't worry about me.
Right.
At all. Like, please, because then something's gonna mess up.
Right.
Yeah, you're the
Absolutely.
professional. You'll handle it. Absolutely. Listen, to interrupt this line of questioning, Ricochet, looking at the Zoom that we're talking to you through, are you in your bedroom, or is that like a nephew or your son's? Or
It's actually, it's my son's room.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean a lot of these are mine.
A lot of anime. Yeah.
Steve
got
here
his
on the
and I've
show
got mine.
collects figurines and things like that, but not anime, not the manga and stuff like that. He's more Batman, but he has toys like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's funny now. The collection world is so different. Whether it's cards or like pop figures or whatever. Like it's cool to see people's different like collections of whatever they like to collect. It's kind of crazy.
It's funny. Well, there are wrestling figures as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
obviously
There's a
you
lot of
can be
people.
collected. Yes. Do you collect
Oh,
any? You get a thumbs up. Yeah. Are you? Do you collect any of the wrestling? I assume you're given like, you know.
Yeah, I've got all of mine, like all the ones that they put out of me. I've got all those, but I try to go find my friends, like at Walmart or Target or something. I try to find my friends and buy them, and I don't know why. I probably could just ask them for one, and they would just give me one. But when I'm out in the wild and I see, I try to get my friends. But
Yes, I get it.
Sam, my fiance, she's got a huge collection of wrestling memorabilia in her storage up in Massachusetts, but she's got figures, she's got magazines.
So your fiance is Samantha Irvin, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and so she's a ring announcer and has just been in love with the sport forever. And I was reading about her, and she must have been at the same sort of trajectory, just fascinated with this world, and now she's setting her part of the wrestling empire on fire.
Absolutely, yeah. She, again, just like a lot of the wrestlers that are there, started out watching it at the earliest memories of watching TV. Like we were watching wrestling, you know what I mean? So she's been watching it forever, and obviously she's a singer / performer, so she's had her own different route to get here.
Right.
But again, our parallels are very similar as far as like how we got here, and then it's crazy to see her, and like you said, her own field, just changing the whole game up and just, leveling everybody up. But it's cool to see, man. Like we talk about it all the time, how eerily similar our journeys have been.
Does the WWE, do you need to go through human resources if you want to date somebody you work with, or?
We were actually talking and dating before she even got the job. It was like a couple weeks after we were already dating, she told me that she was in line to get a job, and she was talking to them, and I was like, oh, okay. I didn't even know when we first started talking. So it was, again, it's I don't think a coincidence, because I don't know, I think God works in mysterious ways, but it is kind of funny just how it all happened. It's crazy because we were together, before she even got here.
Okay. Is it because to me, anything that generates stories for you guys is good. So, and I mean, in fact, I was doing research on the Lucha Underground, right?
Yeah.
Which is, and I've heard that, and I've seen little bits of it. So it's explain what it is, because it's more like a drama, more a soap opera.
That's
Would that be correct?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely. It was supposed to be a different look on wrestling. It was directed by Robert Rodriguez and I think Mark Bryant, the guy that does Survivor and all those.
Mark Burnett.
Mark Burnett,
Yeah.
that's what it was, Mark Burnett. And so they were trying to do a different spin on, the world of professional wrestling. So they wanted to make at the time, WWE was a TV, it was a wrestling show on television.
Right.
You know what I mean? So Lucha Underground wanted to make a TV drama about a wrestling company, if that makes sense.
Which is cool. No, because it's all so much of it has a percentage of what's backstage, but this was like a full.
We did takes. We did 3 or 4 takes a scene. We did, cut and edit and reduce. But the wrestling, we did live in front of people. So we would, during the week, we would film all the vignettes. We film the backstages. We film all the stuff during the week. And then on a Friday and Saturday, we would, people would come and we'd actually film the wrestling event.
Did you like that? Did you like that? I mean, because obviously it's no secret that professional wrestlers are dominating a lot of Hollywood, between Dwayne Johnson and John Cena and so on and so forth. I mean, your foray into a little bit more of that, has that enticed you to perhaps pursue that path as well?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. The door is always open. I mean, I tell people all the time, I feel like just to the core of me, like in my core, I'm a professional wrestler through and through. That's just all I've known. But I obviously, if any openings pop up or if anything comes my way, I'm absolutely would love to take it and try something new and experiment. That's always on the table, and it's always something that, especially now, again, we're getting older.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. How is the body holding up? Because we've talked about this many times. We have a ton of wrestlers through here. Always great guests. Always charismatic. But I mean, what you do is serious. I mean, I've been ringside and I've seen. No, you're hearing slamming and injuries, and you're hearing the real deal.
People getting smacked hard.
That's wear and tear on your body. How do you mitigate that? How do you make sure that your body, your instrument, is able to withstand all this?
To be honest, like a lot recently, I take a lot of rest days. And I know it sounds funny, but like if I wake up or something and I don't feel like going to the gym, like I won't go to the gym.
Right.
Because, I'm always doing something athletic. I'm always doing something that's burning calories. I'm always doing something but like, if I don't feel like going to the gym, if my hip or my knee or my ankle or something is off, I just won't go. And I think that actually has helped a lot with recovery because then when I do go to the gym, I feel great and I'm getting a better workout and I'm like, I feel good. You know what I mean? But a lot of my time is recovery now, stretching, recovery, like a masseuse, chiropractor, like all of that stuff.
All that stuff. I forget who it was. Maybe it was this great bodybuilder, Mike Metzger, I think, or one of them said that the recovery, those days off, are as important as the workout days.
Absolutely, 100. I don't want to say they're more important.
Yeah.
But I mean, they are just as important because like, if you're just going, your body has no time to regenerate, your body has no time to rest. And like those sleeping hours are peak for recovery, you know what I mean? So, and it's obviously you just learn more as you age and then, but the knowledge that you gain helps you do whatever lane you want to go. But I feel like for me and Apollo Cruz, I talk to him as like one of my best friends. I talk to him a lot and we talk about just your body. Like you got to listen to your own body. Because some people will go whenever, but like you just got to listen to your body and hear what it's got to say because sometimes it'll tell you what it needs.
Who's the biggest machine? Who's the biggest just training nonstop?
I mean,
makes you sick.
Put Apollo up there.
Yeah,
Apollo's up there. Bobby Lashley's up there. A guy named Riddick Moss, he's up there. Obviously, Brock Lesnar's training all the time. They're up there, but man, Apollo's up there. Yeah, those guys. Bobby Lashley, all of his videos is training. He working, doing something. He looks like it too.
It's visible.
If you're just tuning in, it's Ricochet. WrestleMania 40 is going to be at the Link April 6th and 7th of next year, and tickets go on sale Friday at Ticketmaster.com. Ricochet, the events I've been to have been Monday Night Raw. I've done those a few times, and Steve and I have talked about this many times, how amazed we are about how much production is going on all the time. It never stops. There's not a pause. Even when they were in commercial breaks, there's stuff going on the whole time.
Yeah.
So I've never done WrestleMania. What's the level notched up like for WrestleMania versus these other events that you've been to?
Well, I mean, oh, goodness gracious. I feel like even Raw, SmackDown, all those shows, I think especially for someone who hasn't been or, only watches on television, those shows I feel like are a shot of electricity, a shot of adrenaline. You know what I mean? I feel like you said it's nice. But obviously WrestleMania is like a different monster. It's 70, 80,000 people, we're used to, 15, 20, if we're lucky. But so you just, times that by 4 or 5, you know what I mean? And it's like an ocean of just I don't know. I don't want to say electricity, but adrenaline. I don't know. It's like you just got to be there to really feel it because it's
what you guys do, though. You manage, and Preston's exactly right. I don't care. You sit there. There's stuff going on, and before you know it, you're yelling and you're going crazy. Yeah.
It's funny because when people like either whether you're a casual fan, whether you've been watching a long time, whether you don't know anything about wrestling, like whether someone brought you as your first day. It is funny, especially I feel like it's catching on and getting more popular. But I feel like you said, even if you don't know, but by the end of the night, you're going to have a favorite. You're going to be screaming. You're probably going to be tired because of just everything that's happening. Like it's a wild ride of a night. And WrestleMania is just, I don't know. It's like the craziest adrenaline boost that I've ever felt.
And going to events like that it's such a diverse audience group that comes out. To, you know what I'm saying? Age range, sex, ethnicity, all over the map. It's wild.
Yeah. It's I think that's another good thing because wrestling is an art form. Wrestling is an art form, just like television, just like anything. Like so we connect with people and we connect on their emotions and we get them, whether it's their emotions or it's action or whatever it is, they connect with it. It's wrestling has it all. I feel like it has everything that, you would want in a television show. Plus, like we're out there live doing it live. It's not pre-recorded. Like we're out there doing this live. So that adds an extra element of like, not danger, but an extra element of just excitement. Maybe, I don't know what that would be, but it definitely has a way of just, taking over and like, making you fall in love with it. At least that's how I feel.
Well, you mentioned Brock Lesnar. He's part of it. Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair. I'm not familiar with her. So there's names, so many names here. So it's obviously it's like a Woodstockian event in wrestling realm.
Yeah. And now it's 2 nights too. WrestleMania only was 1 night. Now it's 2 nights because it's just grown and grown and grown, and it's hard to. I feel like even SummerSlam now people are starting to talk about SummerSlam being 2 nights because people just want to see it. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Let me ask you. So obviously, we talk about fan bases that are very pedantic and specific, and you've had a couple of, obviously designed to be controversial matches in your career. So Star Wars fans freak out if it's not the right blaster or whatever. I think wrestling is probably 9 levels past that. How do you deal with a fan base that you love, but a lot of times is like, what are you doing? It's pissed off.
I mean, it's you got to take it as it comes and goes. I mean, it's funny to see that fans still get so attached and they're still so in love with it. And like the only reason that they say anything is because they have a specific love for how they view, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they love it. So when they see that it's not being done in the way that they love, or maybe it's a nostalgia thing or whatever that feeling is, like whether good or bad, like they want to say something because they just have this emotional connection to it that's so strong, So I mean, for me, it's no problem because I'm kind of I don't know, free spirited, whatever the guy is, like nothing really hurts me, kind of rolls off,
right?
Good or bad, but it's just cool to see that they have so much emotion towards it. So that's kind of how I view it. Like they still love it. That's why they want to say
right. You process the energy,
better, I feel like it's better than it's ever been, but it's so you can't really blame them because I mean, even though like. It's passion, it really is.
Yeah,
really
Preston talks about hating, for so long hating Ric Flair until he realized what he was doing.
I realized how much entertainment I got out of hating that guy,
Yeah, I mean, it happens in, because I used to hate Tom Brady. I used to hate Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I used to hate these guys. I'm like, stop winning, but then as I got older, it's like, oh, I respect these guys. And you know what I mean? Like, so like, again, it's like you said, I used to hate Triple H. I mean, I hated Triple H, bro. Like, I did not like Triple H.
Yeah.
But then as I got older and I went back and watched, I'm like, oh, I see why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same way. Exact same way.
You know what I mean? That's what he wanted me to feel. So it's like, I think it's. I don't have a problem with it.
No.
All right.
Well, it's all working in the right direction clearly because it's going to be huge.
You're all showmen.
Because I know if like social media was around when like Vince McMahon won the '99 Rumble, people would have been saying something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, listen, the city's looking forward to it. It's a big event. WrestleMania 40, Lincoln Financial Field, April 6th and 7th. Tickets go on sale Friday. Ticketmaster.com. Get them before they are gone. And we wish you luck while you're here, Ricochet. Maybe we'll see you when you get in town next year, all right?
Absolutely. I was supposed to be in today, but the airlines messed me up. I was
Not
supposed to be
a problem.
yesterday at practice with Johnny and Grayson. I was so upset. I was so upset. You guys don't even know. You guys have no clue. I was so happy to go to this practice. I was so excited to be there. I was buzzing.
Well, hopefully we can.
Obviously, travel conditions. You're a prisoner to the travel conditions. You have no say. But.
Well, hopefully we can get you in when you're in.
Absolutely, yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Thanks, Ricochet. Good talking to you. Good luck with everything. Appreciate it. Ricochet, everybody. Nice guy. Super nice guy. And it's such a big deal. Even Marissa is thinking about going to WrestleMania. You never know.
I've never seen WrestleMania.
Maybe that's where they have the next dinner on block.
At WrestleMania.
Oh my God. Worlds collide.
Is this the debut of Tic Tac finally?
Ooh.
Because she comes from the music industry, but this is her new persona.
Could be a good category. Good. What's the word I'm looking for? A good character. For her to portray. Tic Tac. Wow. Hey, I know we have a couple of minutes to play with.
Yeah, we do.
I wanted to acknowledge something. It's another one of those national days. Today is National Roller Coaster Day.
Oh.
That's a cool one.
We've actually had the chance to embrace a couple of great roller coasters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of the Velocicoaster specifically.
Yes.
At Universal. Love them dearly.
We've done Hershey, we've done Six Flags as a group, as a show. We've
all together.
Yeah.
Dorney's
got some wonderful stuff.
All of us together. But Steve sent over this bit of information about National Roller Coaster Day, and I did not know this little factoid that roller coasters were originally designed as a distraction from vices like alcohol and gambling.
No, really?
So that's why there's no longer alcohol or gambling, because it worked.
It worked well.
Yeah.
What, because you get a thrill?
You get a rush out of it, I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
LaMarcus Adna Thompson had this intention when he unveiled the first roller coaster in Coney Island, New York. That was the first roller coaster ever, first public roller coaster, I guess. I don't know.
It very well might be,
Not
because
100%
we're
sure.
talking about the what is it? The Comet? What is the name of the classic?
The Comet was is the one that was famous, Steve, but I think this one is different because it only got up to speeds of 6 miles per hour.
Yeah, you could walk faster.
Stop it.
The Comet was there for a while, but I think this is like an earlier version.
So
and
really,
then there was the Cyclone, I think, was after the Comet.
Cyclone, yeah. Preston, I don't know. There are pictures of old style. Like they all look very similar to the kind of roller coasters that dads will build in their backyard for them.
Yeah.
But that existed for a while. Obviously, the amusement park level with Coney Island, and then other amusement parks skipped it into the stratosphere. But it's funny that was used to sort of replace alcohol and gambling.
I mean, all three of those have given me headaches at certain stretches of my life. So,
how many times have you come home, Preston, and or Nick, and Andrea says you've been out at the coasters, haven't you?
I love roller coasters, and Andrea does not. But I went on one at Great Adventure one time. I think it was the Great American Scream Machine, and I remember my head rattling from side to side the entire length of it, and the name was applicable because I was screaming the whole damn time, but it gave me one of the worst headaches of my life, and I still go on them. I still really enjoy them, but if they're not smooth, I try to avoid them a little bit.
Wooden coasters will but there is a big charm to. They dismantled the one out in Hershey, which was
Wait, they did that big, huge one?
Yeah, it was the Bobcat or the Wildcat. I think it was the Wildcat.
And
that was a cool one.
They put another coaster there.
I liked that one.
But they still have the big wooden roller coaster, right?
Do they?
There were two different ones. No, the Bear is kind of like the Batman ride. But they had two different wooden roller coasters. One was the Wildcat. Another one was on the other side of the park over by the water park. And it was a little more tame.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't remember the name of that, Kathy.
However, I still prefer a margarita over a roller coaster. Do you know what I mean? Like, if that's what it was,
And if you can
margarita.
put some money down on a horse race, and you're good.
There was one of my early roller coaster experiences was in Six Flags over Mid-America when I lived in St. Louis growing up there. They had, at the time, it was the longest and fastest roller coaster. It was called the Screaming Eagle.
Okay.
Debuted in 1976, had this all American theme to it, the eagle and all that. And when you would come around corners on that, it also had a really big, first drop, which was just amazing. But when you would come around corners, it would make this noise and it would rattle like nobody. It would make this. Oh, wow, yeah. As you were coming around corners, like it didn't have the banked turns like you have now.
Right.
And that would always kind of freak me out a little bit.
My first, where I fell in love with coasters, was the Matterhorn at Disneyland. And I remember, because it was I remember we were driving. My father had accepted a job with the Diners Club, so we're out there for just under a year. We moved out, and the classic thing that parents do, and just take you without telling you. Yeah. And I look in the distance, and shut the Matterhorn. But from that moment, that notion of going on an adventure on a coaster was set, and I've loved them all my life.
I think we were. It was late last week. I'd asked a question about being like very fearful of something, and I recall overcoming my fear at Great Adventure of going on a roller coaster.
Which one was it?
It was lightning loops. And so lightning loops, it was just one loop.
Yeah.
You would start, you go down forward, go through the loop, and then you would go backwards and do the same loop.
Right.
So it was just one little track. But I remember feeling like I had overcome something. I was like, I did it. And then
I did it.
I'm doing it.
Well, so I relived that a few years back when my son's class went to Hershey Park, and I was a chaperone, and my son's friend had never been on a roller coaster, and he finally did it, and he had the same reaction, like, oh my God, that wasn't that bad. I like roller coasters now.
Dude, you and I on a Velocicoaster, the
dude.
first run when we end, both involuntarily high-five each other because it was just so great. I'll tell you, I can do roller coasters all day and night. The one ride I don't like, that I never go on, is that suspended chair on a chain that spins around.
The swings.
I effing hate those.
I actually love
That'll make me
those.
puke.
Yeah. No. That's the one spinny ride that I can do that doesn't get me.
Casey, free fall scared me at Great Adventure because I felt like we were actually going to fall into some abyss and
Do you remember?
die.
Did you do the thing with the quarter on that ride?
Of course, yeah. And we did. Well, we actually went for physics class when we were in high school, and so we did that, and it was just an excuse for a field trip. But the other thing about lightning loops, I remember, was that was the first time I ever saw what a gum tree was, where you do the loop and you go up at the top, and there was a tree that came up, and everybody would stick their chewing gum on that tree, and it was covered in chewing gum. It was so disgusting.
So which one of you guys was in line the Velocicoaster when we were at Universal? We stayed in line for the whole thing. We get up there, and then there was a kid that bailed.
Yeah.
Was that you and me?
I remember, but he was little.
He was young, but he was old enough to go on the ride, and we kept going, dude. We're like, come on,
you love it.
We're like, come on, buddy, this is so great. Yeah, it's scary, but it's not crazy scary. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be safe. And he was like, his dad's going, yeah, come on, bud, come on. He got all the way in, got in the cart, and he was about ready to get. So he's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. And we're like, okay, we'll see you when
another
you get there.
time.
It's funny because I remember.
You pussy!
Yeah. I don't know if it was him or not, but I remember seeing, and the entire wait, I was thinking, there's no way this kid should be going on. Like, I mean, he was old enough and tall enough to go on, but he was still like too little, and I could tell.
Just walk over to him. I'm reading you as a big old pussy. You gonna prove me wrong? No, yeah.
But the fact they had waited in line that long and not gone, I was like,
yeah.
oh, man, bummer. Come on, dude,
Did
just
the
go
dad
for
at least
it.
get to go?
Yeah, he went.
Yeah.
The kid just waited for him, so.
Again, now I have to go ride a coaster.
Yeah.
In shorter.
We need to
they're
go
a
back
lot
on
of
the
fun.
Velocicoaster. I will pay airfare and hotel just to go on that roller coaster.
Dorney's
one more
a
time.
quick, and Dorney has some solid
They do?
coasters. Yeah.
They do. Yeah, they're very close. Real easy trip over there.
Nick, you had mentioned the Great American Scream Machine, and yeah, I remember your head rattling on those, what were supposed to be pillows.
Yes.
They're not pillows.
Yeah.
Hulk had the same issue down in Universal.
Yeah,
Okay.
You once you know how to prepare and lock yourself in.
Yeah.
The first time you will rattle the fillings out of your skull.
Oh, and you said the Hulk, you got rattled?
Yeah, because they had those little pillows next to your head.
Yeah, but I liked Hulk because I thought it was so smooth.
Yeah, but I'm so much taller than you, so my head was going through those
Look at that one
pillows.
picture.
Are
You're
you
not.
sure?
You're not.
Okay, I thought I was just
In fact, I remember you guys were in line and they asked Kathy, "Is your son going on?"
Come on, honey.
He may not be big enough.
So it's National Roller Coaster Day. So it says hosted by the
people who love coasters.
Marlo Anderson, hosted by founder of National Day Calendar. I don't know who
He's a
that is.
loser.
Anyway, so yes, if you have the chance, get on a coaster today, celebrate. But yeah, indeed, the first coaster in America was at Coney Island.
Or get a lunch tray from the cafeteria and ride down the stairs.
Homemade roller coasters. Down the stairs. I remember it well. All right, let's take a quick break and come back in a second. We'll do the Bizarre File when we return. So hang out.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
One more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, oh, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even two mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This is
site.
going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper bear? You can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper bear.
Oh,
sick.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although viewing them, after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the musculoskeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids. You're natural painkillers.
Okay,
that are in your body. Well, also we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? You know, say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back, and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Well, especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture school.
It's crazy. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where you're putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back.
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
Maybe halfway.
Oh dear God.
That's
my.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone going, oh my God! Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I've tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right, so we'll dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know. Most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's having to look at it.
You offer $500?
500.
Yeah. So Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is as it's done. I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny. Okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier today.
Okay. All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos.
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and two girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, Do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two,
Yeah.
Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
You're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's
No.
that's not good. It's like, it's like a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
It's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
Don't
No,
spit in it.
it's
didn't
the
know all
wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Thanks.
You look
Thank
much
you.
better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah, I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes they irritate after a while.
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
It's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually, Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very
All right,
much.
so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've
and
never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's
kinda-
yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's
I don't want that one.
Well, just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into
have
a bag.
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
That one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm like,
Come on,
mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are 2
Well,
remaining.
I-
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got turned
Well,
on,
it-
maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. Does that sound I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Fightins just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser, cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. On June 26th of 2012, a father and son were hiking when they came across a plastic bag. Inside were a pair of human legs with pants, socks, and boots intact. Can you imagine coming across that? The gruesome discovery left so many unanswered questions, particularly who the victim was and where they were and any other body parts were they found nearby.
Had anyone in the area reported missing their legs?
Not that I know of. More than 11 years later, though, no other remains of the individual have ever been located, but the man's identity has finally been solved. The victim.
Here's the issue. He had legs, but he didn't know how to use them.
The victim. I got your ZZ Top reference there. So the victim, Michael Wayne Canada, was 46 years old at the time of his death and believed to be somewhat of a drifter when he was murdered. He was wearing jeans and Red Wing hiking boots.
Oh, man. So literally cut in half there.
Yeah, it sounds like it. During the initial investigation, detectives determined the victim was a white male and more than likely was killed at another location and his legs brought to the Reservoir Road site. 9 months later, all information about the case was turned over to the National Missing and Unidentified Person. Okay.
Yeah? No?
Unidentified person
They said
system.
that when he had money, he was a sharp-dressed man.
Dude, no. Despite extensive efforts from investigators, the man's identity remained a mystery. While no identification had been made, an autopsy concluded the victim must have been seriously injured at one time because he had a metal rod in one of his legs. A breakthrough came after comparing DNA samples from a close relative to Canada's DNA.
Wow.
They now have learned that he was never reported missing. It was also verified that some years prior to his
that's
death,
sad.
he had indeed been involved in a serious motorcycle accident, hence the metal rod. The sheriff's office is now asking the public for their assistance. If you recognize him in the photos, had any contact with him, reach out. But they found his legs. They've identified him. They have no idea what happened to him or where the rest of him might be.
I think when you cut someone in half, that's sort of a little bit more thought on that. It doesn't seem like an impulse killing.
Right, exactly.
That's just me.
All right, 4 divers who failed to resurface after a pleasure boat trip have been rescued, Coast Guard officials said. Yeah. U.S. Coast Guard officials said that the 4 men had dived from a pleasure craft on Sunday around 50 miles south of Cape Fear, North Carolina. The divers didn't resurface after jumping in the water around noon local time. Helicopters, lifeboats, patrol vessels were deployed as part of the search effort. An MH-60 Jayhawk helicopter team.
That's pretty amazing.
And an HC-130 Hercules plane crew were involved in the mission.
They said, Preston, these people were rescued by an underwater city. And there was just one edict that they had for them. Don't eat hot dogs.
Patrol vessels from the New Jersey and South Carolina branches of the Coast Guard helped out. The divers were rescued 46 miles southeast of Cape Fear River, and officials have not revealed anything about the condition of the divers.
It's pretty amazing.
Around 80 to 90 diving deaths happen in the U.S. and Canada every year, by the way. A boat crash at Wild, Florida Monday resulted in 13 people suffering injuries and a suspension of all airboat activities there. 2 charter airboats crashed into one another.
I always wondered if that happened periodically because they're all zipping around the Everglades.
Right.
And there's really not stoplights or anything like that.
28 passengers were on board and 13 were taken to the hospital for treatment. 2 of the passengers were flown for immediate care. I've always wanted to go on
Let's
an
do
airboat.
it together because it's been one of my dreams to
I did it one time.
Did you? Was it fun?
In the Louisiana swamp. We did. We were looking for gators and stuff, and it was really. It was awesome. It was a great time.
You're kind of going over land at some points.
You are,
as well, right?
but you can't tell, and it feels like almost like you're in a hovercraft. It's a really neat experience.
Did you see any gators?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I remember the guy because he brought chicken. And he
Oh
goes,
yeah.
What was he saying? Viennese, which is Cajun for come on over here. And so we would,
Oh, they speak Cajun, the gators?
Well, yes, because they grew up in Louisiana. Alligators in
You
Florida
want
only
them
speak
gators?
English.
Come on, we got to give them rye bread.
Yeah.
Rye bread.
Viennese.
Monday's crash has the family rethinking the possibility. They couldn't believe the two boats collided with so many people on board.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Nick, I actually just read that gators can live up to 100 years.
No way.
Yeah, which is an increased chance that they're going to see you later.
Yes.
So you don't. The one,
saw it coming.
the one thing you don't want to do is head over into Amazon joke. If you ask Alexa for like dad jokes, they'll tell you ones now.
Really?
If they're like yours. I like. These are really bad. You know what, Casey? There's one I heard that was actually pretty good. I think I want to build mirrors for the rest of my life. I can see myself doing it.
Bizarre file?
All right. You want a show?
Maybe we can get one more here. All right, let's see. How about this one? This is kind of a follow-up. A 45-year-old New Hampshire man will spend at least a year in jail for endangering the life of a newborn baby after Major League Baseball Hall of Famer pitcher Dennis Eckersley's daughter gave birth in the woods last year during sub-freezing temperatures.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. George Thieberg was sentenced after pleading guilty to misdemeanor child endangerment charge, having reached a deal with prosecutors, plus an additional 6 months behind bars for probation violations stemming from his arrest in January and a drug charge. The baby boy was left alone in a tent for more than an hour on December 26th.
That's horrible.
As the temperature dipped to 15 degrees. A police affidavit referred to Thieberg as the boyfriend of the baby's mother, Alexandra Eckersley, who is accused of abandoning her son without heat or proper clothing. She pleaded not guilty to charges and was released on bail. Eckersley's lawyer said that her client didn't know that she was pregnant, gave birth alone, called 911, and led police to the baby. She said Eckersley suffered medical complications, and since then, she said Eckersley has finished rehabilitation programs, is sober, and sees her son on regular visits. Yeah.
Is that Kruk had his first home run against that guy? Okay.
Yeah, she had that story last
he was
week.
telling us that. Yeah, Dennis Eckersley. So I thought that was weird, man.
I wonder what Dennis's relationship with his daughter is like, because it looks like she's gone through some tough times over the years.
Yeah, it does look like that.
My guess is estranged.
Yeah. So there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you now. All right, let us get our winner for the secret text word. And Kathy, what number callers are going to be today?
I am going to do 13.
Yes, let's do the 13th caller at 215-263-WMMR and see if you know the secret text word when we return. And we'll get a winner, a random winner as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey! Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished. Wow. Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out. Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And has taken a full-length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner. Woo! All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show. But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But, there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose, and you're good to go.
But generally, you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable, and I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was a kid.
Did you?
Yes.
You and
They
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I
No,
just
that's the
can't
point.
let them. Oh.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar,
which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes, literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Band is Incubus. The song is Drive on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. Okie dokie. Before you know it, we'll be getting our letter today for the Word of the Week prize. Tell you about that in a little bit, but we have another prize to mention and to give away, and that is our secret text word prize. So we're going to go to our phones and look for, I think it was caller number. Why am I doing that?
What's happening?
That was dumb.
Where are we?
Stop that. That's for the lesson question. We're not doing that yet. We're going to go to the phones and see if we can get caller number 13 who can give us the word for the secret text word, and that is Sean. Hi, Sean.
Morning, guys.
Morning, buddy. All right, so what is our secret text word, buddy?
I believe the secret text word is can.
Can.
C-A-N.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Hold on. He got it right. And that means we're going to give him $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card. Steven's giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anyone who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $500 or $15,000, Steven is giving them a free 1-carat lab-grown diamond. If you can buy a real diamond from a real jeweler that you can trust, Steven Singer Jewelers, go to IHateStevenSinger.com or visit his showroom in Center City and Philadelphia, of course. And a random texter that won is Mike Gidduck or Giddick.
Giddick.
Mike lives in Kennett Square. So Mike, congratulations. You also get that $100 Steven Singer gift card. Congrats, buddy. All right, let's do the lesson question now.
Yeah, mushrooms out there.
And we will give away for this a family 4-pack of tickets to the Elmwood Park Zoo. Question we'll ask now is, in which hotel did Kathy once have wine coolers with intern Gavin's dad?
Oh, my God. Stop. That never happened.
215-263 WMMR. In which hotel did Kathy once have wine coolers with intern Gavin's dad?
I was with him the first time I ever got drunk, though.
Wow.
Not him, a whole group of people. He was there.
He just bought the booze and we got the Ramada.
215-263 WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to see what we get from Steve today. What's going on, man?
Oh, I've got stories. Vanna White will be absent from Wheel of Fortune for a week in October because she contracted COVID during a recent taping cycle. However, the show will go on with Vanna being replaced by a duck. Hey! Austin Butler says his Elvis co-star Tom Hanks advised him to go right into another role after playing the legend to avoid emotional whiplash. The conversation led Austin to being cast in a new Hanks-directed World War II movie in which he will play President Elvis Presley.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Real Housewives of Orange County star Heather Dubrow says taking Ozempic for weight loss will soon be as common as taking Botox for wrinkles. Dubrow says the one difference is that your forehead won't experience explosive diarrhea. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. In which hotel did Kathy once have wine coolers with intern Gavin's dad? And it is Sean that we will go to. Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Is this the same Sean that just won the secret text word?
it is not.
Okay, good. All right.
You can't win again.
Yeah, that's right. What hotel was it that Kathy had wine coolers in with intern Gavin's dad?
The Ramada Inn.
Ramada Inn. Hang on, bud. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to Elmwood Park Zoo, and you can visit Elmwood Park Zoo this week. Save up $6 on weekday admission after 2 p.m., and tickets are available at elmwoodparkzoo.org, or you can purchase in person at the gate.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, we're going to start with this story about the Killers. On Tuesday, they issued an apology after bringing a Russian fan on stage during a concert in Eastern Europe and telling the audience that they were all brothers and sisters. During the show, in what the band called a long-standing stage tradition, the group invited a fan into the audience to come on stage and play drums. This happened to be a Russian fan. During the bit, frontman Brandon Flowers told the audience that the Russians and Georgians were brothers and sisters. And this prompted a wave of boos from the crowd throughout the rest of the show, owing to the fraught history between the two nations, seemingly derailing the rest of the event. Miriam Nikoradze, a Georgian journalist, reported that fans began to get up and leave after the bit, and the group later left the stage without saying goodbye.
I know you don't like audience member that I pull for the audience on account of the Russian, but they don't like you, none need to know. And we can all learn from Mr. Brightside. Because as he said, you translating this? I gotta get off stage now.
Will you?
None much neither.
None much neither.
Yeah.
You are clearly brain injured. You have taken many blows to your head, and you are a moron.
Nikoradze's post was in response to another about the incident, who advised the band that Russia is an occupier in the nation and that it's their last time performing there. In response to the incident, the band...
I know you don't like what the Killers did with that Russian audience member, but they don't like you, none neither know.
In response to the incident, the band posted a message stressing that no offense was meant and that bringing a fan on stage is a recurring tradition for them. The statement also claimed that Flowers' quote, brothers and sisters comment was actually referring to the relationship between the band and the audience, not specifically.
I know you misunderstood. The reference was not. It was a more familial explanation of the relationship between the artist and the audience member, as opposed to the very sensitive topic of Russians and the Ukraine, which I'm sure will work out eventually. Enjoy the show.
Wait, was this concert in the country of Georgia?
Yeah.
It's a good question, Nick.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it was in former Soviet Georgia.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Which is where we have learned the general native population lives to extreme ages due to their consumption of Dannon yogurt.
Dannon
yogurt?
You remember that commercial, right?
No.
212-year-old Oksana Takflukovich has reached this age because she's
Oh my God.
yogurt.
Rocky knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
He always knew.
But he said not.
I can explain Interstellar to you.
You know the dimensions and all
Absolutely.
that? Okay, I had no idea.
It's unbelievable. What's that on my roof? It's a black hole.
So he said that he was referring to the band and the audience, not the Russians and Georgians, which I think he really was. But
Listen, you know, it's just an audience member. They're not.
I know.
They're not caucusing with Putin.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But it's
They didn't bring an armed Russian soldier.
So they brought
on
the guy
stage.
up and then probably said, "Hey, where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Russia." He's like, "Oh,
yeah.
I better do something about
Russia, Texas."
Yeah.
Yes, I am from Russia, Texas.
So they said, "We recognize that a comment meant to suggest that all of the killer's audience and fans are brothers and sisters could be misconstrued. We did not mean to upset anyone, and we apologize. We stand with you and hope to return soon." That's what they said.
Sometimes you have to make tough decisions, the way Matthew McConaughey had to decide to completely miss the life of his daughter to save the planet by going around the perimeter of the black hole.
That's an Interstellar, of course, yes. Now, Foo Fighters surprised their fans. They invited somebody up on stage. Who? Wasn't a Russian, but it was pop icon Michael Bublé
Hey.
in San Francisco.
Did you see this video?
No, I did not see it yet.
It's hilarious. It's Dave Grohl at Dave's best.
So they regularly invite, and I didn't know this, they regularly invite an audience member to sing Bublé's hit, I Haven't Met You Yet, as part of a cover song medley.
So with that, or am I familiar with that?
You know it.
Yeah.
I just haven't met you yet.
Okay.
It's a popular.
I'm a Josh Groban guy.
Yeah, me too.
But Dave Grohl.
Wait, I don't know why that's not loud enough.
Shut the f*** up!
Casey's effects are just way louder than yours. Okay. I'll bring it down.
Shut the f*** up!
So, so they regularly bring somebody up to sing that song, and Dave has quipped that those who volunteer don't know the words to the song in the past. He told the audience, every time someone says they know the song, they don't know the effing song. Grohl called up Bublé, who was standing in the crowd holding a poster that read, I love Bublé. And
that's cool.
He had flown in from Argentina to be there because, as Dave explained, there's no such thing as taking a joke too far. So,
I saw him in concert one time.
Michael Bublé?
In Philly. It was a great show.
He does a lot of the American songbook.
He does,
doesn't he?
And Steve, he's got one of those bands behind him that just sounds so damn good. He's a really good singer. He was funny. I did not expect to have a good time, and I had a blast.
You know what?
It was
also,
a lot of fun.
The guy's gone through some stuff with his kids and the health, and they're on the better side of that now. So this is cool to see this.
Nice.
Yeah, Preston, you got to see the video that Michael Bublé put up on his Instagram account because he's talking about doing this, and then Dave Grohl comes up behind him, and he's just like, shut the F up.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and Bublé gets all defeated as a result. It's really well-timed, very funny.
All right, I got to see that. BMI will present ZZ Top's Billy F. Gibbons with the coveted Troubadour Award next month.
Oh, nice.
Award is in recognition of a songwriter who has made a profound impact on the creative community as their craft continues to set the pace for generations to follow. As the chief songwriter for ZZ Top, Gibbons' credits include such hits as Sharp Dressed Man, Legs, Cheap Sunglasses, and LaGrange. Members of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, ZZ Top, formed in 1969, recorded 15 albums, have sold more than 50 million records over the years. Chris Daughtry has revealed that he was once asked to sing for Aerosmith back in 2009 in place of Steven Tyler.
I remember when this period was occurring and they were trying to figure out who might best replace Tyler.
Yeah, he explained the story during a podcast you were doing. He said, I get this random call from Joe Perry. Joe Perry and Steven were apparently at odds with each other. It was all in the news. This isn't private information. I think it was right when Steven Tyler was going on American Idol, and they weren't touring together. And I think it was like a public breakup sort of thing. And he went on to say, Joe Perry calls me. I'm like, first of all, I didn't know Joe Perry had my phone number. This is incredible. I thought it was a joke at first, but he didn't even take time to, like how you're doing or anything like that. He just went into the reason for calling me. And I don't know what Steven's doing, he said, but we're going to work. How would you feel about hitting the road with us? You've got some cool songs, and we could play those too. Daughtry said that Perry's request left him speechless at first. He said, first of all, I don't consider myself any caliber of singer that Steven Tyler is, as far as I would not be able to tackle those songs the way Steven tackles them. He is irreplaceable in my mind. Furthermore, Steven's still alive.
Yeah.
This whole fear of pissing off one of my heroes was just looming, and I was like, man, there's no way I can do this, Joe. And he added, this was a terrifying concept the moment the words left Joe's mouth. But Daughtry says it's a story that he will hold near and dear for the rest of his life.
That is pretty cool. That's quite an honor.
And this is pretty cool, too. Dolly Parton's next track reveal from her upcoming Rockstar album will be her version of Let It Be, on which she is accompanied by Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, as well as Peter Frampton and Mick Fleetwood.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, the song is going to be released Friday. And Parton wrote on Twitter that, quote, this song is really special to me because I'm joined by Paul McCartney, who wrote the song, along with Ringo Starr, Peter Frampton, and Mick Fleetwood.
Did we ever play the last clip of her her last release? Because she's been parsing them out and releasing. Yeah. Did we play the...
We did Magic Man from...
Yeah, there was one after that. I think it was Queen. I don't know if we ever... No problem if it's in there, yeah.
Preston, have you watched this season of Righteous Gemstones?
No.
So a Dolly song shows up in the end, Steve, and she covers Collective Soul's Shine.
Oh. That's from a while ago.
Is it? Okay.
It's really good. In fact,
I'd never heard it before.
The time we talked to her for that interview was because of that cover.
My bad. I thought it was from this record, but man, was it great. And it's a really cool capper to that series.
Yeah.
We do have them doing
Let It Be?
Let It Be, yeah.
All right, let's check this out.
You did Let It Be with Paul and Ringo.
Yes.
Oh, it's an interview.
Yes. Yes. Shut up.
Do you want to hear the rest of that?
Yeah.
I mean, that is
did.
crazy.
That's like the Beatles.
How'd that one turn out?
It is fantastic. Paul was so gracious.
You're not doing it right!
Jesus.
I don't care that you don't sing it right!
It's Angry Paul.
He's such a hothead.
He really is.
The piano, and he sang on it, and they just killed it.
None of those buckets on your chest with brains.
Does Rocky have anything to say?
I don't know, but thanks for joining us on the Slycast. We're talking to Chris Daughtry about the time he was approached by Joe Perry to join Aerosmith. Tell us, Chris, what was that like?
Actually, Peter Frampton spoke up. He said that his producer, Ken Wells, had asked him to play on Let It Be after recording a version of his hit, Baby I Love Your Way, with Dolly. He says, he goes, this is him quoting his producer. No, not quoting Stallone. He says, would you like to do the solo on Let It Be? So
Do
I
you
said,
feel like I do?
So I said, don't tell me. He says, Paul is singing. Ringo's playing drums. Mick Fleetwood is on tambourine. And he goes, oh, my God. He said, do you want to do the solo? And I said, So I did the solo, and I'm over the moon about that.
Wow.
So that's really cool. Can't wait. That's right. There's your Dolly and Slide. Marriage right there.
In the tavern down the street is the lab where I eat, where I make the transformation all the time. And a stein of Dr. Blood, pints of Monster Blood, and it does be different every time.
Okay.
Man, there was some guy producing that record. He was sitting in the sound booth looking at Sly.
It was Rick Rubin.
Yeah, you're nailing it, buddy.
Now, that was supposed to be a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. In the movie, he plays an idiot.
Yeah.
And
I thought he was serious.
And she eventually tailors him to become a somewhat of a legitimate
And he performed
country singer.
It's based on a bet where a former agent would get to have sex with Dolly Parton it's like a Pygmalion kind of thing. So
Right.
if she can transfer him into a semi-viable country star.
I love there is a scene in the movie where he's trying to pander to the audience, like, "Hey, where are let me hear from the beautiful women out there," and like nobody is reacting to him whatsoever. And so finally, he's like, "All right, where are all the ugly ladies?" And everybody went crazy. That's like, yeah.
No, it's the horny women.
The horny. Oh, I thought it was the ugly women.
No, we're all the ugly bitches
I
out
know
here.
you guys have a contentious issue over whether it's horny or ugly. But I don't like you much neither.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I believe you.
We can find out. I'm sure Marissa can
in seconds.
find the clip
Is it
if
Best
you
Little
want.
Whorehouse? Is that the
No,
movie?
it's Rhinestone.
Rhinestone.
I've never seen it.
You're not missing much.
You're not missing-
Okay.
it was
missing anything.
Technically a kind of a bomb, and he plays his cab driver. So they basically just pull him off the street and say, "You're going to be the guy she transforms."
Best Little Whorehouse in Texas is cute, though. I mean,
Well,
it's a stage show
yeah.
they made into a movie, so it's all, there's a lot of music based to it.
It was originally called Slut Hut.
Slut Hut. But Dom DeLuise plays a funny character
Yes.
in that, and
Yeah.
so does Bandit. Come on.
Oh, Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds.
He's the sheriff in that. Yeah.
Well, actually, I Will Always Love You is supposedly she had a feelings for Burt Reynolds, but could not act on them because
No
she was-
way.
yes.
And she wrote that song for
Burt
that
Reynolds,
reason?
Yeah. That's
No
the
kidding.
word. It could be a load of crap.
Yeah, Dolly wrote that song.
I have a dumb question for you. BERT is short for Albert, right? What is BURT short for?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's a
Dolly Parton.
Yeah, short for Dolly Parton.
All right.
You didn't find it, did you, Marissa? Yeah, don't worry about it.
Were you waiting for a dad joke?
Burton and or Herbert.
No, he didn't. No, because he didn't. Casey didn't go like this. He didn't sit up
Here it
straight.
comes. Here it
All
comes.
excited.
You guys ready for this one?
Yeah. Casey likes to sit up and get ready.
Why need eye contact?
I know. All right, that's it in music news. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll wrap up the program when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously, you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel universe as well. Got to tell you, man, the Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million.
Which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
So that's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it's all. It has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
High.
You're good. Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but you when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, and Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if
not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't happen.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been a Wolf Warrior 1. It was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest...
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah.
What?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at
They
the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all
of it
shot
right
in
now.
China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah.
You got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States,
Right.
And there's there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. Their movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is a
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
other-
this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So, like, Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I was
that's
in
gotta
China.
be
I didn't think
great.
anybody was gonna see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh man!
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
I don't know. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
Seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That uniform's too freaking cool.
No, he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're gonna have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's all fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
Ah, he's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of them. Like, they were all there. Every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like, I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I would cry if I was in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. All right, let's dive into the entertainment news. I'm sure you heard about this, but it's a big announcement. Princess Kate and Prince William are expecting their third child together. It is official. Kensington Palace confirmed on Monday that they are already, of course, they are already the parents to Prince George IV, and who is 4. I'm sorry, not the 4th. Prince George is 4.
How did you pull that one off?
And Princess Charlotte, who
I
is
ricocheted off the ceiling.
Who is 2. The Royal Highness, here's the official announcement from Kensington Palace. It said, Their Royal Highness says the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are very pleased to announce that the Duchess of Cambridge is expecting their third child.
Harry the Fourth.
The Queen and
of
member
England
of
and
both
members of Parliament, in conjunction with the Benny Hill estate.
Of both families are delighted with the news.
What?
Ringo and Benny Hill. Stepping up.
Fish and chips, fox hunts,
Tallywhacker.
and the Tallywhacker.
So Kate is again facing an acute form of morning sickness. Sometimes she had grappled with during her first 2 pregnancies.
It's completely debilitating. Do they have the name of it there? It's
It's called hypermesis gravidarum.
Right. So she's her level of nausea and everything is off the charts.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah.
But she had it with each
Yeah,
kid.
yeah, exactly. So she actually canceled an appearance Monday morning due to the illness. And they had said that in a statement as with her previous 2 pregnancies, the Duchess is suffering from hypermesis gravidarum. Her Royal Highness will no longer carry out her planned engagement at the Hornsey Road Children's Centre in London today. The 35-year-old royal is expected less than 3 months, less than 3 months pregnant. That was a cover song. The band Slade originally did that.
Yeah.
And they did that song, Run, Run Away. They had a hit with that.
I dig that song.
Yeah.
Feel the chameleon lying there in the sun. All things to everyone. Run, run away.
All right, what was that video?
Oh, man. I don't remember.
There's a video that I remember. It was almost like...
They on a boat. They on a
Hobbit
ship.
Times. Was that Come On, Eileen?
No.
That
was
Dance.
Yeah, that was Safety Dance.
Is that what that was?
Yes. With the little guy.
Little guy, yeah. That was Safety Dance?
That was Safety Dance.
All right.
I one time created a GIF off of Safety Dance, Casey, for no reason. I'll show it to you after the show. It's pointless, but that video is so ridiculous and so funny. And so there's a point where the lead singer of this band ends up like jumping around and clapping and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
So I grabbed that and turned it into a
Yes.
yeah.
Here, I'll send it to you guys. It's fun times.
Man Without Hats, right?
In the early days of MTV, I've seen interviews with people who directed these videos, and they were like, "We didn't know what we're doing."
No.
That's why you'll see like a horse walk off into the dark out of nowhere, and it's just like it has no meaning, nothing with the song or the video. We just did imagery. We just did things.
One of the ones that cracks me up, and I love the song, is In a Big Country by Big Country.
Yeah.
They're just guys, they're riding ATVs around the field.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're out on the Scottish plains riding around. Yeah.
Well, there's a funny video at Mumford & Sons, and I believe it is, hang on. Nick, it's what's the song where they basically they're lugging a piano out into the middle of the field?
Oh, it doesn't Will Forte show up in that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all those guys dress up as Mumford & Sons.
And so, and it's just sort of like a play on that. Like, why are we doing this? This makes no sense.
There's no point.
Yeah.
We're just doing it. All right. Well, anyway, I would like to thank, we had Ricochet.
Yes.
Wrestler, going to be at the WrestleMania. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. WrestleMania. And by the way, Nick pointed out something.
Excuse me.
In Groundhog Day, the guy saying WrestleMania, hit it again.
WrestleMania!
That's Michael Shannon.
That's Zod?
That's Zod.
What?
And he's going to be in a ton of other things.
The Iceman.
And like you never would. You have to go back and watch it. Nick pulled up the video, and I'm like, oh my God, that is him. He was a kid. He was like 18, 19 years old.
WrestleMania!
Yeah.
That General Zod from Superman?
Yeah.
Man of Steel.
Yeah, from Man of Steel, the more recent Superman. And he's a great actor. He's been in tons of great stuff. He was in Nine Perfect Strangers, but usually really intense, dramatic roles.
He's in a movie where his kid is possessed of these powers, and he's trying to, I forget the name of it. It's actually a really good movie. It's a sci-fi movie. I've just seen it once, and I should go back and do a little searching on it. But it's a really well done movie.
He's a good actor, but I didn't know that was him in Groundhog Day. We also want to thank Chef Mike for stopping by this morning and dropping off the hot dogs. Alpha Bravo K9 event is coming out Monday. It's Dining Out with the Dogs, and it is at White Dog Cafe, all 3 locations. And you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. We got the information right there for you. And we thank Pierre Robert for being the wonderful person that he is.
I thank you for thanking me.
You're welcome.
I was thinking of that song, Foxtrot, Unicorn, Kilo.
No, it's
Foxtrot, Uniform, Charlie, Kilo, because it spells F-U, blank.
By the Bloodhound Gang.
Is that, okay, Bloodhound Gang. I just love that song.
Okay.
Foxtrot.
We're thinking of that randomly?
Charlie, Kilo. Yeah, well, something you said triggered that tape, and My loops are all connected inside my head.
That's how you're wired.
Yeah, so something triggers something, and then is that the video for it?
Yeah.
How did they do that so fast? Connor's amazing.
There's a line from something Pierre is like, you should have heard this before I said it. Like the way that it forms itself in your brain really was fantastic.
I love them.
Yeah.
I would like to see them.
Bloodhound Gang?
Aren't some of them from here?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, they are.
They used to come on the show all the
Jimmy
time.
Pop and Evil Jared used to stop by our radio show all the time.
I saw Jimmy not that long ago. We have a mutual friend, and he still hangs out from time to time.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I thought I saw Bam in this video as we were watching.
They were buds as well.
Yeah, driving this car. Hang on a second. I'm
It's like
sorry.
a banana car.
Pardon
in
us
the
for
video.
just a moment as we watch this, but tell me if this is not Bam driving this car.
It is. I saw it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
In the Banana Mobile.
Well, there it is.
There it is.
More as this develops.
Yeah.
I am thrilled that we've uncovered some things.
Yeah, me too.
Based on my left brain turn there with Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo.
Mm.
And we're all mammals and want to do it like the Discovery Channel.
There's another one.
What's the other song they have?
Bad touch.
Yeah.
Didn't they do The Roof is on Fire, too?
Yeah, they did a version of that. The roof is on
the
fire.
roof is on fire.
Yep.
Okay, good.
All right. In your loops, in your head, is there a letter?
Yeah.
Oh.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in otter.
O as in otter. All right, and we will give away a pair of premium tickets for night one of WWE WrestleMania 40, Saturday, April 6th, Lincoln Financial Field. You can witness your favorite superstars from Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. Undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, World Heavyweight Champion Seth frickin' Rollins, and Becky Lynch. And tickets for both nights, April 6th and 7th, go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Wednesday's pre-sale information, that's today, and code is available at WMMR.com. What's up on the show today?
Well, thank you for asking. We'll have more Sublime and Rome tickets and Slightly Stupid. That's coming up this Sunday over at FM Centa. And we've got workforce blocks that include the Red Hot Chili Peppers and the Ramones. And the big show starts tonight. One of the two big concerts at the ballpark with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. So we will get first part of our coverage on. Jackie, by the way, also will broadcast his, he's filling in for Brent this week, so he will be at Pierre's Good Citizens Park and doing his show from 3 to 7
Nice.
there. So that'll be fun. Sarah's filling in for Jackson. And then we'll have reports all through the evening as well. So it's going to be a big Bruce day here on a station that was instrumental in his early start.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've played everything that guy has ever done.
Yeah.
Even the Tom DeQuiet stuff, the Tom Joad stuff,
Right.
the Seeger session stuff, going back further, the Nebraska album, which had Atlantic City on it. We played all that stuff heavily.
Are you going?
Yeah, I'm going both nights.
Yeah.
So I will be there this evening. You'll know me. I've got short blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and
and a bow tie.
And a bow tie.
Clean shaven as well.
I was at a club one time, and this drunken lady came up to me and goes, "You're not Pierre." I go, "Well, I am." She went back and forth, and she goes, "I know what he looks like." I go, "Pray tell me what he looks like." She goes, "He's got really bright, short blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and he always wears tennis outfits. Wherever he goes, he wears tennis outfits."
Serious?
I'm not kidding you. And I go, "You got me. He couldn't make it tonight. I'm filling in." She goes, "I knew it."
Perfect.
Weaved on her way.
That's perfect.
So that's what I look like.
All right, well, look for that guy tonight at the show. I want to thank our sponsor, Preston and Steve Show, is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. We got a busy day tomorrow. We're going to have yet another wrestler, but this one will be in studio. Grayson Waller will be stopping by from the WWE. Well, we're also going to talk to our kid, Rory Cheddar Whiz, who won the National Mullet Championship.
Wow.
He gets the prize and everything, so we'll talk to him tomorrow morning, see how he feels about that. And we will have the media Little League coach, Tom Bradley, on as they head to the World Series.
So cool.
Yeah, so we got a lot going on tomorrow. It's a wonderful thing. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you.